Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Justin, are you able to hear me from the chamber?
Testing,
Testing.
testing, sound correct?
Justin, you can hear me from the chamber?
I can hear you from the chamber. Can you hear me through the Zoom session?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I can hear you. Thank you.
And for my phone feed as well.
So, like, would it make a difference if Mark hit record as opposed to me?
We are ready. Good. We'll look. Okay. Mayor, we're going to do another roll call to allow Councilmember McMorrin in. Mayor, Councilmember. The time is 6:41, and we are coming back from closed session. And I just want to do another roll call to reflect that Councilmember McMorrin is now present. She arrived at 5:57, so here we go. Roll call, please. Councilmember Vera?
Present.
Councilmember O'Brien?
Present.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fish?
Here.
And Mayor Puza?
Present.
Thank you. And now it's time for the recognitions. And our first recognition is going to be a presentation of a proclamation in honor of Black Business Month 2026. And I believe Mr. Vincent Williams is here to receive that, if you'd like to come on into the well.
All right, testing, testing. This is our proclamation for Black Business Month 2026. Whereas the city encourages community members to shop locally in support of Culver City businesses to help maintain a robust economy and ongoing job opportunities. And whereas staff and officials of Culver City take seriously our commitment to equity and fairness for all people, organizations, and businesses within our community. And whereas National Black Business Month was launched in California in 2004 with the goal of celebrating, highlighting, and supporting Black-owned businesses, as well as generating awareness for the policy issues affecting African-American entrepreneurship. And whereas, according to a recent survey by the U.S. Census Bureau, there are approximately 3.5 million Black-owned businesses in this country, employing over 1.8 million employees and generating annual revenues of roughly $249 billion. And let's clap for that. Whereas supporting Black businesses in a time to celebrate the achievements, resilience, and lasting contributions of Black entrepreneurs who help strengthen and enrich the Culver City community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby proclaim August 2026 as Black Business Month in Culver City and encourages citizens, families, friends, and visitors to take the opportunity to celebrate, promote, support, and shop at Black-owned businesses dated the 10th day of August 2026, signed by the mayor and council members. And would anyone like to say a few words?
Yeah,
Sir?
I absolutely would. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Well, you know, I feel a little bit like an Oscar recipient tonight here in Screenland, Culver City, where so many great artists have walked these streets. Thank you to this body for this recognition, and Senator Cuevas and her team for honoring me as well. Thank you to our customers who grace our business, and keep our doors open. Without you, we have just an empty building. We're nothing without you. I came here from Pasadena, another crown jewel city, and landed here because Culver reminded me of whence I came. I found myself signing the greatest contract of my life, February 11th, 1983, right here on Landmark Street. My kids attended Culver City schools. This is a city I simply love. I had a vision to make a world-class restaurant right square dab in the middle of this city, where people of all races, creeds, and religion would come and break bread together. I also want to thank Gus and Myra Prado. If not for their success in owning that property, I could not have occupied it. They helped make this story possible. And the Boys Club of America, where I spent long summers working with my hands and my creativity. I was never satisfied until I got it perfect. That is how I've always treated my business. My awesome parents, oh my God, always present in our lives. My wife, who had that steady paycheck. Entrepreneurs need that. My kids, Honey's Kettle 2.0, they have started their work. The Stennis family, who gave me my big break in business. Our police and fire departments. Many of you don't know, 4 months after we opened, the place caught on fire. And if it wasn't for the fire department, they saved us from utter destruction. I've never forgotten that. And Councilmember Albert Vera, who carries forward a legacy of thoughtful leadership that started with his dad. Culver City has been blessed with visionary leaders who forged the rebirth of this city. What they built is what we enjoy today. As we shape the next chapter, public policy and business interests must walk shoulder to shoulder. New ideas should be tempered against experience and what is tried and true. In the end, it comes down to plain old-fashioned common sense. Change for change's sake is not always a good thing. Fixing what is broken is a good thing. The city must see businesses as its customers. We invest here, we hire here, we pay taxes here, we serve this community. So let us walk shoulder to shoulder, city government, public safety, residents, and business, protecting what works, fixing what doesn't, and continuing the rebirth of this great city. I am grateful for this honor. Thank you.
Next up, we have a presentation of a proclamation in celebration of the 75th anniversary of Fiesta La Bayona.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will be reading our City Council Fiesta La Bayona 75th Anniversary Proclamation. Is there anyone here who'd like to join us at the front? Wonderful. Our PRCS Director, come right in the middle. All right. Whereas for 75 years, Fiesta La Bayona has stood as one of Culver City's most cherished civic traditions, bringing together generations of residents, families, businesses, community organizations, and visitors to celebrate the history, diversity, and enduring spirit of our community. Whereas established in 1951 through the partnership of the City of Culver City and the Culver City Chamber of Commerce, Fiesta La Bayona was created to honor the heritage of the historic Rancho La Bayona and has since grown into one of the city's signature annual celebrations. Whereas the continued success of Fiesta La Bayona is a testament to the extraordinary dedication of countless volunteers, city staff, elected officials, community leaders, local businesses, performers, and residents whose commitment and generosity have strengthened and sustained this beloved tradition across generations. And whereas year after year, Fiesta La Bayona has continued to evolve, introducing new attractions and experiences while remaining true to its purpose of celebrating community, creating lasting memories, and bringing neighbors together in a spirit of friendship, pride, and civic engagement. And whereas the city recognizes Fiesta La Bayona as more than an annual festival, it is a living expression of Culver City's history, character, and shared identity, reflecting the values that have united our community for generations. And whereas this milestone provides an opportunity to honor the vision of the festival's founders, recognize all who have contributed to its remarkable legacy, and express the city's sincere hope that Fiesta La Bayona will continue to inspire, entertain, and bring joy to residents and visitors alike for many generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proudly proclaim the celebration of the 75th anniversary of Fiesta La Bayona and extends its deepest gratitude and appreciation to all community members whose dedication has made this beloved festival an enduring symbol of Culver City's rich heritage and vibrant future. Dated this 10th day of August by the mayor, the vice mayor, and all council members. Thank you.
I think that says it very well, doesn't it? And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at Fiesta La Bayona. Thank you.
Excellent job.
Next up, we have presentations of commendations to former commissioners, board members, and committee members. I believe Andrew Lockman is here.
All right, a commendation for our Finance Advisory Committee member, Andrew Lockman. Whereas Andrew Lockman has been proud to call Culver City his home and wanted to continue to serve his community in a manner that would benefit all of Culver City's residents, and whereas he proudly served since 2019 as a highly committed member of the Culver City Finance Advisory Committee and served as its chair for 5 fiscal years from 2021 through 2025-26. And whereas during his time as a member of FAC, Andrew Lockman was instrumental in supporting the implementation of the city's now annual Innovation Awards. And whereas he worked alongside his fellow FAC members to develop the Distinguished Speaker Series on affordable housing. And whereas Andrew Lockman has provided valuable commentary and advice on updates to Culver City's fees and charges, business license tax, sales tax, cannabis tax, real property transfer tax, and other revenue sources. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby commends Andrew Lockman for his dedication, hard work, and the contribution of his time and talents to Culver City and beyond. Dated this 10th day of August 2026, signed by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members.
Thank you. I know we're going to do the awards in a moment, but nothing is more moving when you get to see something that you start to build and it takes on a life on its own after you have the chance to step aside. And the wonderful folks on the commission who I've worked with, those who were there when I was started, Jane Leonard, Nancy Barba, Daryl Menthe, amongst other, and Crystal Alexander, amongst others, and those who I've had the chance to serve with now as well. Thank you for the opportunity to work with such a great city, a great team, and a great city council that has been willing to take into consideration the interests of citizens who want to spend their time helping their community and contributing their expertise. So thank you.
And for our final recognition, we have the presentation of the 2026 5th Annual Innovation and Performance Awards, which were created by the Finance Advisory Committee to recognize Culver City staff members for their fiscal year 2025-2026 projects that make life better in Culver City.
I have to get used to that during the school board meetings too. Red is on, green is off. Go figure. Welcome to government in some ways, right? Listen, thank you all for coming here, for those who are our honorees. When I joined the Finance Advisory Committee, I took with me the experience of having served on the LA City Innovation Commission, where I was vice chair before I moved here to Culver City. And a certain member of my committee at the time, a guy named Ron Galprin, who many of you may remember as being the LA City Controller, had taken that experience of the LA County Innovation Commission, Productivity and Efficiency Committee, to have an award to thank our city employees, those who don't get the appreciation they deserve, especially during these difficult financial times that we've had, when they save the city money, when they can reduce our carbon footprint, when they can impact people's lives in a way while improving the efficiency of the services that go out to our citizens, our businesses, our residents, and keeping our communities safe and clean and environmentally sound. And so this is now our fifth. I want to warn you, I went to law school because there was no math, and this is now showing. But this has continued, and the number of people who have applied has gone up exponentially every single time, which shows the enthusiasm and the great work that Culver City, our employees, are doing to help make our community better and deliver value to everyone who lives here, who has a business here, and who comes here. So it is my pleasure to be able to, since I am no longer on the committee, to be able to pass the torch on to the next generation with respect to this award and see where we take it in great directions. This is something that I've just have watched it taking its own shape. Thank you to our past chair, Johnny Griffin, who I know had to step aside from this because one of our awardees, but I think it shows the great leadership that this committee has in terms of trying to serve and provide their help, their support to the community. So I'll hand this over to you to take it from here on out. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nissa DiVincente. I am the chair of the Government Efficiency Awards, and I would like to announce our awardees. So for Best Innovation, we have the Solar Residential Streamline Permitting Project. This project streamlines the permit process for residential solar permits by automating the plan check processes, providing instant feedback, and in some cases, instant issuance of their permit. Please come up when you hear your department and your names. From Planning and Development Department, it goes to Tim Couturis, Lisa Pangelinian, Gabriela Silva. From the Fire Department, Gabe Montgomery. And from Information Technology, Timothy Palayo, Greg Lamanna, and Patricia Perez. Please come and get your statue. And yeah. And we're going to all take a picture. Please stay till the end, and we're going to do a big, huge group picture with all the awardees at the end as well. Line up for picture. Our next award is the Impact Award. This goes for the Teen Center Mental Health Expo. The Teen Center Mental Health Week was a week-long event for Culver City teens to engage in conversations about mental health. City and outside vendors spoke with the teens and created interactive lessons on mental health, the dangers of drug, alcohol, and peer pressure. This goes to the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Department and Ingrid Lopez. Our Efficiency Award goes to the Culver City World Games Enhanced Transit Service, also known as GETS. GETS was coordinated mobility ecosystem that integrated public transit, hotel partnerships, park and ride, shared micromobility, public safety, and private sector collaboration into a single customer-focused program to provide a seamless, affordable, and enjoyable transportation option for visitors attending the FIFA World Cup matches at SoFi Stadium. These go to the Transportation Department and the Police Department. Next, we have the Sustainability Award for resurfacing streets with recycled materials. This project removed and replaced deteriorated asphalt concrete with new rubberized asphalt concrete, also known as RAC. RAC is made by blending ground tire rubber with asphalt binder and mixing it into blended materials with conventional materials. And roads made with RAC last 50% longer. This goes to Public Works Department, Matt Gaspar, and Diana Zismansky. Our best overall award goes to SoFi Express Timetable Builder. Using the Timetable Builder, a full set of schedules for an event service could be created in 10 to 15 minutes by any transportation department employee. The tool uses real traffic data from previous game days to ensure an effective service and prevents the service delays experienced before using the tool. This goes to the transportation department, to Ryan Hund. And last and not least is the FAC Spotlight Award. This goes to the QMinder Queue Management System implementation. So QMinder is an online visitor management platform that replaced a manual paper-based check-in process. Customers can monitor their place in line and receive text notifications when it's their turn. Staff gain real-time visibility into waiting times, service demand, and customer flow, enabling for smarter staffing decisions and a significantly improved customer experience. This goes to the Planning and Development Department, Tim Katuris and Lisa Pangilinan, and Information Technology, Justin Nunez.
All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2. And then this way, 2, 3, 2. I think one of you blinked, so we'll go back one more. 3, 2. Awesome, thank you.
And quickly, I want to thank Councilman Dan O'Brien for getting us lovely gift cards to give all our awardees. Thank you.
All right, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'll now read the oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to uplifting and supporting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And there's nothing to report on from closed session, so we'll go to community announcements by members, updates from commission boards and/or committees, and items from staff. Great.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. At the council meeting on March 10th, 2025, City Council gave direction to create a climate emergency action plan, and I just wanted to give a brief update on the creation of that plan. Staff is engaging with the consultant who developed the city's 2045 general plan, Ramey and Associates, to assist with this work. As part of this work, the consultant will update the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as combine the climate-related general plan items such as Element 9, greenhouse gas reduction, Element 1, community health and environmental justice, Element 10, conservation, and also Element 11, safety. The plan will also include a cost analysis, list of partners, measurements of success, and a communication and education plan. So I just wanted to give an update on that work.
Great, thank you very much. Any other updates?
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, we have an item on the agenda tonight that I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Troy to speak on in more detail when it gets to the item pertaining to the fees for PRCS, more specifically pertaining to the child care fees. I'm going to be asking, and Adam is going to be asking you guys for considering on our alternative, which I've had an opportunity to kind of go and review with finance. We good news reporters that our tax revenues are trending a little higher than they were when we really started to move path with the approval of the budget. But one of the items as it relates to that is that we decided to, as a part of the budgeting process, to increase the fee for childcare. And I want to ask you all to consider, as a part of that deliberation, not only the creation of a hardship program, but also to giving me some direction on whether or not I can pause those fees to their current level. I don't think it's necessary to increase them at this point, but when the item gets here, be available for your conversation.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, to help improve meeting management and make our meetings as efficient as possible, we're implementing several measures to streamline proceedings. The first change is that council member community announcements will be limited to 2 minutes each. And I will start with Councilmember Vera.
I'm fine, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to report out that on Saturday, I had the pleasure, along with Vice Mayor Fish, to attend the dedication, or I think they called it the consecration, of the water wheel that was gifted to us from the sister city of Kaizuka, Japan. I had the great honor of visiting Kaizuka last fall and actually visited the location where the wood for the wheel was harvested from. and there was a ceremony there. It was really great to be there at the library to witness its dedication and also to wish a farewell to our sister city student exchange kids who are here from Japan as well. So it was amazing, incredible partnership. Great work from our committee. They do a lot to connect with all the countries around the world that we have sister city partnerships with, and looking forward to more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I have 3 quick ones. I just want to amplify and express appreciation because from the dais for the Young Elected Officials Conference that's supported by People for the American Way. We were privileged to hear from Vice President Harris, Stacey Abrams, Congresswoman Latifah Simon from Northern California, and so many other amazing electeds and leaders from across the country. The purpose of the gathering was to support defending democracy, and I'm really grateful to Local Progress, who invited me to participate in the panel Organizing Against Authoritarianism, Building Local Power, and I was really proud to uplift some of the supports that we've done here in Culver City, from supporting renters to supporting mutual aid initiatives here, as well as supporting rallies that our current mayor lifted up for Mr. Enrique. So folks were really grateful to come together around the work. It's hard to believe that we are just about at the tail end of summer. This is our only August formal council meeting, so enjoy it. Please also enjoy our final summer concert series coming up this week, and I believe the program is concluding next. And I know that the Vende is having a fantastic KCRW night. I went last year. Unfortunately, I can't attend this year because I'm taking my kiddo to college. But in that same vein, want to wish all of our Culver City families a safe, creative, productive, and joyful start to the new school year. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. This Wednesday, August 12th, is International Youth Day, designated by the UN in 1999. It celebrates young people's achievements, amplifies their voices, and addresses global challenges affecting youth, such as education, employment, and sustainable development. It's timely for us because we have a measure on the ballot related to youth civic engagement. So that affects all of our, a lot of our youth. So if it's something you care about, definitely get involved. And I also just want to share that this Thursday, I'll be sitting down with Cole Lefevre to talk about queer civil disobedience and their path to becoming Idaho's first out LGBTQ legislator, along with their new book, In the Arms of Mountains. It's Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at Village Well, and I just wanted to invite anyone who's interested in that conversation to join us. And that's all, Mayor. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Would like to share the results of our 2026 homeless count highlights. There's a total decrease from 105 to 74, which represents a 30% reduction. Individual counted outdoors decreased from 51 to 38, which is a 25% reduction. Vehicles, tents, and makeshift shelters decreased from 54 to 36, which represents a 33% reduction. And shelter persons increased slightly from 163 to 164. So for the past 5 years in a row, homelessness is down, and that represents a 69% drop since 2021. So there's still so much work to do, but it's good to track our progress and see if the efforts are working and how we can move forward. I also attended this past weekend, or 2 weekends ago, the Fay Avenue Block Party. I know that Councilmember O'Brien was there. They're celebrating each other, but also celebrating that council decided to eliminate the block party fee. It was an amazing day of conversation, good food, and great music. And then just shout out to our fire department, a captain who's deployed to Northern Oregon as part of the Santa Monica Fire Department Rapid Extraction Module Support Team, which was assigned to the Grasshopper Fire, and also to the 2-person crew who were assigned to the OES Type 6 pre-deployment area in LA area. This will help support our region during the ongoing extreme heat and wild risk wildfire risk. So as it remains hot, I hope that everyone stays hydrated. And last but not least, there'll be an e-waste collection and paper shredding event on Saturday, August 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Sid Cornethal's Park. And you can safely dispose of old electronics and shred paper documents. And with that, we'll go to joint public comment on items not on the agenda. And for the past several months, the council has adhered to the 20-minute for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. If you're unable to speak during this portion of the meeting, please note that there will be another opportunity later in the meeting for public comment to continue. And it looks like we have 12 speakers, so 90 seconds.
And I will read the statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and in the inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons in matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Also, while the Council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with Council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the Mayor and the City Council as a whole. Finally, pursuant to Council Policy 3005, campaign activity is prohibited at public meetings of the City Council, commissions, boards, and committees. Campaign activity includes advocating for or against a candidate or measure in any national, state, or local election. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call all of our speakers for this evening. We have Debbie Gambino, Gilbert Bettman, Patrick Godinez, Mike Goya, Monica Richardson, Rosalind Labriola, Jonathan Faria, Jim Shanman, Jason Christopher, Melissa Sanders, Julia Scher, and Joy Rodriguez. Our first speaker is Debbie Gambino, followed by Gilbert Bettman.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I just have several points to make. After attending several meetings of various types over the last several months, I'm happy to hear about the priority-based budgeting process that is currently in the works that our city manager and his team are spearheading, and I want to give him a shout out for that. After quite some time of us, the citizens, dealing with non-transparency in the budget in the city, and the departments, we are looking forward to accurate results and the city staff actually being back in their offices to work where we can actually talk to them. So thank you so much and kudos to the city manager. Next, I have a safety concern in the City Hall parking garage. As far as I know, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, there's really no cameras in the garage. In most of the garage. And it's not for surveillance, it's for safety. We all know there's kind of characters meandering about, and I see them regularly when I'm out walking around. So I would think for the safety of the employees and the citizens getting in and out of their cars to please look into this. We don't want anybody getting hurt. And that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gilbert Bettman, followed by Patrick Godinez.
The video, shall we show it?
Yes. Ready?
Okay, yeah, all right. My name is Gilbert Bettman. I own the house at 4279 Madison Avenue In case number CE 260250, Code Enforcement Officer Alexander has ordered me to destroy the small tin shed at the end of my driveway because there was a sewer manhole cover in the dirt floor of the shed. The notice of violation orders me to remove all personal property and structures that interfere with the city engineering department gaining access to the manhole cover and sewer line in the rear of the property. In fact, the shed does not interfere with access to the manhole cover. It has been in place since 1986. In those 40 years, the shed has never interfered with access to the manhole cover. Approximately 10 years ago, the city did extensive repairs to the sewer system. At that time, city workers easily opened the manhole cover to complete this work. On June 30th, 2026, Jesse McGregor, subdrain crew leader, visited my property, inspected the manhole cover in the shed, and assured me that the shed does not interfere with access to the manhole cover. He told me that it could be easily opened to permit city workers to do all needed inspections and maintenance. I have attached video to this email to show that even though the manhole cover is under the roof of the shed, it is easily opened. In fact, there is no violation of municipal code cited, and there is no real need for me to destroy this valuable piece of property. I hope you agree with my assertion. Did you show the video?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Is that it? Do I hear back from anybody?
This is not a two-way conversation, but if you can talk to staff and they can follow up with you too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Mike Goya.
For the sake of the public, I sit on the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, but the comments are strictly my own. I wanted to congratulate the city, council, and staff, as well as former Director Travis Barnes, City Manager John Nockbar, and Councilperson Erickson for the significant decrease in the LAPSA homeless count figures. I also wanted to uplift the Culver City Fire and Police Department working diligently to keep our cities well and lawful, but the work goes on. Looking at the draft copy of the update homeless plan available to the public, I noticed lots of opportunity for funding for our housing and homeless projects. As suggested in the report, I humbly feel that the city should issue a request for proposal for a grant consultant or writer if they haven't already, so the city can increase its ability to compete, but more importantly, win these allocated county, state, and federal dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Goya, followed by Monica Richardson. Feel free to correct your name for the record.
It's Joya. But Goya is a good pronunciation too. Hi, I'm Mike. I'm from AI in the Lot, and we want to make Culver City the home for the next generation of filmmakers and filmmaking technology. Back in May, we did our AI in the Lot conference, which brought over 2,500 people to Culver City for a two-day event. And since then, 3 companies have actually taken out leases in Culver City and moved here. Cantina, True Short, and Promise Studios. So we're really doing a lot to make this the epicenter of this movement, bring a lot of people here. We want to we want Culver City's support to do a college movie night on September 20th and again in the future. We want to use the Culver Steps to screen a classic movie and use some inroads we have at film schools like USC, UCLA, Loyola Marymount University, Chapman, Emerson, and a few others to bring students here for an afternoon of education and then to watch a movie in a public screening open to the public on the Culver Steps. So we want the city's support to use both the space and the very large LED screen they have. And I'd like to get this item agendized for the next city council meeting in September. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, can I request Notting Heads to put that on the next agenda?
Sure. Can you describe what is the AI component?
There actually is no AI component to this. It's just to bring young filmmakers there. And then to kind of create a community of people that we'll bring into future events in Culver City. But this is purely just showing a movie with a little bit of education beforehand.
Okay. And the educational component is just related to the movie and the
basically industry, basically upskilling industry, getting your first job in the industry is probably what it would be.
Oh, it's an industry event. Okay.
Yeah. So these would all be college students who are in film school at USC, UCLA, LMU, places like that.
Okay. Happy to You're looking for a city, like a marketing sponsorship, kind of like what you did with the AI on the lot.
Yeah, and whatever permission would be necessary to basically use the Culver steps, because I went
Have
to a
summer screenings as well, so.
Yeah, so pretty much something similar to that. I was talking a little bit to the city about what you guys did, but I wasn't exactly sure what the process was.
Thank
So
you.
just getting whatever approvals are necessary.
Thank you. We're clarifying for the purposes of agendizement. So colleagues, I think it'd be great if we can get staff to just talk and iron this out a little bit further before we decide to agendize, but that's my.
Like what the
my
specific
yeah,
ask is?
Yeah.
That sounds
So maybe we can ask staff just to connect with the applicant. Thank you.
Noted, and we will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Rosa Mabriela.
Good evening, council members. I want to thank Councilman Vera and O'Brien for listening to the public and having an open mind. I arrived in Culver City in 1991 with a 10-month-old baby. He's now 36, and I have 2 small children. I raised both of my sons here because this was a safe and small town for families and still own a home here and pay taxes. I'm here to ask you to adjust the Better Overland project. This is the Phase 1, which goes from Venice down to Culver, and you can see right here that there are 4 lanes. And the project, which is on your website, will take away the designated right turn lane at Washington, so there will no longer be that slip lane. You will have 2 through lanes and 1 left turn lane, but there'll be serious bulb outs which slow you down. So back when they did all this, there was SEQA, 150-page document. Sony paid for this, and it can't just be undone, so I hope you will look into that. So the next one is Culver and Overland. This is the biggest, also very big, so it's 5 lanes right now, 5. 2 dedicated left, 2 through, and 1 right turn slip lane in front of the senior center. The intention is to remove the right turn slip lane. This is the plan, and so right now there's 5 lanes, and then we go down to 3. There will be no right turn lane, dedicated lane, slip turn lane in front of the senior center. I drive by here 10 times a week. And then 1 left turn lane will be removed. Sony put that in because the city made, and CEQA, 150-page document that we got a hold of, and we read it, and Sony paid for way more than this. So I'm just saying, it's going to slow cars down. You know, in the old days, we wanted cars to move. We wanted it to flow, traffic to flow. So I thank you for my time. I hope you consider just making some adjustments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosalind Labriola, followed by Jonathan Faria.
Good evening, Mayor Prusa and council members. I am again requesting that the Better Overland and Sepulveda Connects projects be on hold until citizens are able to vote upon whether to continue the projects or not. 2 civic assemblies were recently held. The purpose was to increase public participation in the budget process. That being said, petitions with over 3,500 signatures have been presented requesting that the projects be put on hold and the matter be presented to the voters. This is exactly what the council proclaimed its goal was with the civic assemblies: increased public participation in the budget process. Salaries of staff working on mobility projects come directly out of the city budget and are costing upwards of $1 million. Grant funds don't pay for these salaries. Please put on hold the projects and place the matter on the ballot for voters to decide. By doing this, the council will demonstrate its actual commitment to increase budget participation by the citizens of Culver City. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Faria, followed by Jim Shanman. And not seeing Mr. Faria online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Jim Shanman, followed by Jason Christopher.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time today. It's Jim Shanman, your Culver City Safe Routes to School Coordinator. Apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I do have a couple of quick announcements for you and for the public regarding the Safe Routes to School program. School starts next week, and we're really excited to get everybody back. And beginning of school means a couple of big events that we do every year. First and foremost is this coming Sunday is our middle school bike day. So this is geared or aimed at our middle school students, especially incoming 6th graders. so they can learn how to bike to school safely. They can learn about the rules of the road, where and how to lock up the bikes, and get all kinds of free goodies in the process. It's from 9 to 12 in the middle school parking lot. Those that have pre-registered will be receiving helmets, locks, and lights, and we'll have lots more stuff for everybody else, including lunch and some games and activities. So we encourage all of our middle school parents to sign up for that. Our next event is Saturday, September 19th. This is our annual Walk and Roll Festival. So this is for everybody in the community, all ages. We'll be having learn to ride lessons, bike skills course, free bike repair, helmets for everybody, food, music, and more. So you can sign up for both of those events on the Culver City Safe Routes to School website at ccwalkandroll.com. And we look forward to seeing you all there. And hopefully it's going to be a fantastic new school year. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Christopher, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for your time. My name is Jason Christopher, and I stand before you with a vision, a possibility that is both personal and transformational, which is to develop the former Culver City Cleaners located at 6024 Jefferson Boulevard into a state-of-the-art human performance and fitness center dedicated to serving our municipal bus drivers and the greater Culver City community. In 1993, I survived a devastating car accident that resulted in the loss of my left leg. What could have been the end of my story became the beginning of a lifelong commitment to human potential, resilience, and health. Today, I am a fitness professional and a financial educator dedicated to create spaces and build bodies that are strong, capable, and fully aligned with the daily demands of people's lives. The need for such a facility is urgent and well documented. Studies from the National Institutes of Health indicate approximately 80.5% of urban bus drivers report back or neck pain, as with many as 60% experiencing lower back pain within a 12-month period. These conditions are largely attributed to the physical demands of their profession: prolonged sitting, poor ergonomics, repetitive vibration. Despite the essential role municipal bus drivers play in sustaining our city's infrastructure, there are currently limited target wellness centers designed to specifically address the physical demands. While complementing one of Southern California's most popular outdoor fitness landmarks, the location could naturally lend itself to a facility dedicated to providing specialized programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Julia Scher.
Good evening. First quick thing is the Bed Bath & Beyond. I would love you guys to do something out of the box and creative and community centric with that. You guys like to rezone all the time, so maybe do something kind of fun with that. But more importantly, especially from council members Puza, Fish, and McMorrin, you guys like to preach this whole "if we build it, they will come" with these bike lanes. And I find that bizarre because the Culver Boulevard median has had a bike path beginning in 1996. It has been expanded and extended over the years, but basically that has been available for over 20 years. I drive it every day to work and every day back to work, and no one uses it. So please stop pretending that just because you build something, miraculously people will start to use it. That is one of the most protected bike lanes we have. It literally is its own path with trees and benches and other greenery, and rarely do I see a person on it. Please understand that we are a car-centric city, that we have small businesses that rely on people coming to them and parking, and that you wanting something doesn't change the reality of our current existence. Stop with the protected bike lanes, focus on our sidewalks and small businesses, which made Culver City once the best city in the world. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Scher, who I am not seeing in the chamber or online. Our final speaker is Joy Rodriguez.
Approximately 2 weeks ago, constituents stood before the council with petition signatures representing residents who oppose Better Overland Project and Sepulveda Project. We came here because we believe the people who will be most affected by the project deserve to have a voice in the decision. At the meeting, council members Vera raised the possibility of allowing residents to vote on the project. In response, Mr. Fish said, "We already voted on it," and stated that he's never heard of it being rescinded in the past. But just because something has already been voted on doesn't mean it can never be reconsidered. You can rescind a decision, you can revisit it, and you can choose to listen to the people you represent. In fact, the council has often taken pride in being the first to do things and then celebrating that leadership. So why not be the first to recognize that when the significant number of constituents are standing before you asking to have a say in the project, that it directly impact their community, their concerns deserve to be heard. This isn't simply about whether the council has already voted. It's about whether you are willing to listen when your constituents tell you they believe that decision should be reconsidered. We are asking that you go back and take another look at the project and give the residents the opportunity to vote on it. You were elected to represent the people, and right now, the people are asking you to listen. So once I urge the council to rescind the Better Overland Project.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to receipt and filing of correspondence. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera.
City Clerk is not allowing me to vote, but aye.
Thank you. Please. Okay. Wait one moment. So I'll have to do it again.
You have to stop the vote.
Reset. Stop voting.
Reset. So delete the vote. Is the vote, is it a vote?
Okay. Go to vote.
There we go.
Okay, please vote one more time. You should be able to see it. Yay. No? Okay. Well, all members have voted, and the motion passes 5 ayes.
So before these are all grade 2.
City Clerk, should we move forward or wait for this to be resolved? Okay, just for the order of the agenda, I'm wondering if my colleagues would be amenable to pushing A7 up to the second item after the A1. Okay, great, okay. So we'll take A7 second.
Okay.
Okay, and we will go to consent calendar. Are there any items that council members would like to pull?
Mayor, I just have questions on 15, 16, but don't need to pull them.
And Mayor, can we just, I don't need any report. I'd just like to separate 14 for the vote.
Okay. Okay. let's start with obviously C15 and 16. Do you want to?
Mayor, do you want to do
public
speakers
comments?
first?
Oh, yes, that'd be great. Thanks.
So we have 3 speakers signed up to speak. We have Patrick Godinez for C6 and C14, Tamar Fear for item C15, C16, and Melissa Sanders for C13, C14, C15, and C16. Our first speaker is Patrick Godinez.
And let's do 90 seconds each, please.
I will integrate C6 Section 8 Management Assessment Program item with C14 Jubilee Village Project. For the sake of the public, I sit on the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, but the comments are strictly my own. After reviewing the CMAP indicator responses, I humbly believe the city can strengthen its rating, particularly with indicator 13, lease up section, which states no new Section 8 vouchers were issued from the Section 8 voucher waiting list, and there have been zero new lease ups from the waiting list for fiscal year 25-26. With the higher assessment rating, the city can position itself to compete for more much-needed new HUD funding for permanent housing. I humbly believe that this starts with the inventory of our vouchers and clearing out and updating our current waiting list and possibly opening it back up to city's own housing participants if you haven't already. I also feel strongly that the Jubilee Village project waiting list should encompass the majority of the Culver City's waiting list in its candidate selection and not leave it up solely to the project manager, since the city taxpayers have invested so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tamar Fear, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking in opposition to items C15 and C16. Both involve long-term financial planning work, and this is important work, but it's not an emergency. There's time to do a competitive procurement. The municipal code language cited in the staff report exempts professional services from the formal bidding process, which in generally means the lowest responsive bid for a public works or material procurement. But it also says that contracts should be based on competitive quotation, so looking at the overall value of qualifications, approach, and cost for multiple vendors so that we get a vendor with the highest value. I don't understand how competition isn't practical here. There's plenty of firms that provide these services, and the city should run an RFP or informal solicitation, which would take a few weeks or up to a couple of months. What concerns me more is this pattern of starting with a $50,000 contract and then ballooning it into several times more in a contract amendment. On these 2 items, we have just under $100,000 becoming almost $950,000 through sole source justification. When I worked for the city, we were expected to get multiple quotes unless if there was a legitimate reason that it wasn't possible, and I think that the city manager's office should be serving as an example rather than operating under a lower standard. Sole sourcing also means we have no way of knowing whether a $665,000 amendment is actually a good value, and if it is, it would still be awarded through a competitive procurement. So I'm asking you to either ask for a competitive procurement or to be checking and make sure that this pattern does not continue to show up in chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Melissa Sanders.
I will just quickly say ditto to what Tamara just said on 15 and 16. I am so sick of seeing these ballooned consultant fees of now almost $1 million into consent items. That's a lot of money for consent items. C13, I also would like you guys to rethink this whole we don't need parking for apartments. Wow, it looks like they want to, I don't know, take over a lot of our parking in a lot, a public lot, because you guys didn't make them do parking. This cannot hold. You cannot on one hand say, well, you're going to build and we're going to build affordable and there's no need for parking, no parking minimums, but that's okay. You'll just take all the public parking in our cities anyway. It'll be fine. We'll just rent it out to you because parking is so unimportant in development, but apparently really important in order to make it go forward. That makes no sense. So do not let them rent our parking because then the public is going to be out of parking spaces for downtown, which we'd really like to go to at some point. And then the whole financing city housing authority thing is still so bothersome to me. Fish, Poos, and McMorrin should be ashamed of themselves for giving the $20+ million to Jubilo to begin with, plus all the Section 8 housing vouchers. You put us into debt. For all I'm concerned is it should be on your shoulders only. You should be repaying the city back
Thank you.
$20
Your
million.
time has expired.
Okay, thank
That was
you.
our final speaker.
And would you like a staff report or?
Oh, no staff report needed. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Agostini. Congrats on the new post. And I wanted to ask you about C15, the financial plan for the city by Ernst & Young. I just had two items that I wanted to ask you about that came from the Mobility Subcommittee. The first is a potential parking revenue tax that would help raise money for the city. Santa Monica has done this with Measure K. And the second was an analysis of our SB 720 potential adoption, which is the red light camera reform measure. I just wanted to ask if those are going to be included, since they're on the horizon and potentially impactful to, the general fund, if those would be potentially included in this financial analysis.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Steve Agostini, Assistant City Manager. The intent was to take the, if you will, snapshot of our finances as is today and sort of pressure test them to see what happens in the event as we look at longer term projections, how sustainable they will be. Whether we can sustain balanced budgets. This is an extension of the work that you saw Ernst & Young do in January, February of this year. And this will be a lot more involved. Those items that are changes in law that still may occur are things we could ask them to consider, but it really is a snapshot as is with current law, current sort of situations. But I don't see why we couldn't ask them to consider those kinds of changes moving forward.
If they could, include it as a part of their scope, if it doesn't dramatically, balloon this or change the scope, I think it would be interesting for us to, since we know they're coming down the pike and we're going to need to know how they impact. So just wanted to bring those to the forefront. So thank you for your answer. And
if I might, also a little context. When we were discussing with council the prospect of the PFA, among the things that we had placed before you as a potential expense for this financial planning, and at the time the estimate that we provided to you was about $1 million, since that was the estimate that had been provided to us by Ernst & Young. I spent the last month and a half, 2 months negotiating with them, including considering moving forward and contacting other firms in order to be sure that we received value for this investment. I believe that the $665,000 amendment here represents that value. It is a fairly significant change from what was originally quoted. We narrowed the scope. We changed some of the terms. We were very sharp with what we expected on deliverables, and I feel that for the expense, we will get a very solid financial plan that then council can in turn use to set priorities over the coming years. So feel confident you will get value for this expense.
Thank you for that. I look forward to seeing the results of that study. And then for C16, it's a assessment of our Culver City Police Department and Culver City Fire Department. It's a financial assessment of those departments, representing over 50%, I believe, of our budget. I wanted to ask if the salary incentive ordinance, which is, we are unique. I think we are the only city in in LA County to have a salary incentive ordinance which matches salaries to LA County and to LA City. Will that be a part of the analysis too, and the impact as well?
For context, short version, yes, but for context, One of the things that we are looking to do with this particular study is to have it be a substantial input into the financial plan that is part of item C15. And as you all know, and as you just stated, Vice Mayor, 60% plus of our general fund budget is supporting our public safety, police, and fire. Getting an understanding of what the staffing needs will be, what the expense of that will be, is going to be determinative of what our long-term financial health looks like. Items like salary growth, staffing, salary components will need to be considered in that. And as I believe you and Councilmember McMorrin know, having had conversations in public safety about sort of what the future looks like, we're still adjusting the scope moving forward to be sure that we capture all of those important items. And I think this is one of them.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
A quick follow-up on C15. Can you just explain a little bit more about the timeline and what the actual deliverables will be?
Yes. So fundamentally, there will be two sets of deliverables. One will be the financial plan itself, which will do a lot of pressure testing, identifying strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. We'll look at our existing revenue base. We'll look at our expenditure base. We'll begin to compare that with similar-sized cities in the region and elsewhere. That will then turn into a financial forecast moving forward as to what we would anticipate given a variety of scenarios moving forward. Again, I've spent a lot of time sort of pressure testing the deliverables moving forward. Similarly, a reserve analysis that looks at comparable cities, looks at best practices from the Government Finance Officers Association, what expectations are for cities of our size with appropriate reserves, contingency reserves. What we had asked was for a 10-week turnaround from start to finish. With a 10-week turnaround starting at the end of this month, our anticipation is to get something in the late October, early November period where we can then begin to refine that, look at how we might present that and get that ready for your mid-year retreat where you would look at priorities for the budget process for 27-28.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. One of the speakers were talking about C15 and 16 and the reason why we're not doing a competitive bid process. Can you explain to us and the public why, just so there's no, just a clarification on why we're foregoing that process?
The extension with Ernst & Young was something we discussed back in April, May, and June when we were discussing the budget. The understanding that we had and that we were working from was that there was a great deal of satisfaction with the work that Ernst & Young had done for the January-February time period of this year. The council was satisfied with that and felt that the imprimatur of Ernst & Young and their financial analysis was something that would continue to benefit council moving forward. Again, we felt that taking forward an addendum as opposed to going out in a competitive bid process, which would inevitably delay what we might be able to deliver to council in time for its priority setting in February, was something that we considered pretty carefully. I did make some calls to other firms to see if it made sense to bid. At the end of the day, this seemed to be the right approach to get the right kind of information in front of council in a timely manner. With respect to C16, actually, there are not a number of firms that do this around the country. There are a handful of firms. I contacted 2 or 3 of them. We're actually utilizing Public Financial Management, which has an established practice in looking at police and fire across the country. They've done some pretty significant engagements around the country. They're going to supplement their team with a former police chief of the city of Sacramento, who is going to assist them in looking and bringing sort of the California perspective. We felt, again, the value for that was really significant for us to move forward with.
Okay, I understand, but I don't know, I think for best practices, I mean, if we do it across the board in terms of doing a competitive bid process, it would probably behoove us, I mean, especially since we're putting that kind of money in. That's just my thoughts on it, that we do a competitive bid process. We might find a company that does it for a fraction of the cost or even the same cost, or if not, then, if they're the cheapest one, then so be it. But I think if sort of consistency, if we do it for one, we should do it across the board for everything. But thank you so much for your time.
Just in addition, in the competitive bid process, we're not just talking about price. Price is a component and usually not the dominant component. It is also the quality of the services and the ability to do the work.
Understood.
And it wasn't clear to us that there were firms that would be able to provide the quality of work.
Okay. Doesn't exclude that there are firms out there that can provide the quality of work, though, right?
I think it's a pretty small group, particularly for the police and fire engagement.
Then let's exclude that one and just the first one, C15. There might be groups out there. I mean, it is what it is, but I think just those are my thoughts, so I won't
Appreciate that,
belabor it.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a vote on C1 through 13 and 15 and 16.
Really quick, Mayor, before we do that, do you mind if I just ask one more question? Thank you so much, City Manager, for your overview. I was just, if you could refresh my recollection on the timeline that we gave you all at our financial retreat, or what our instruction was from our financial summit. I think it was on Valentine's Day, if I'm remembering correctly, where we went over some of the timelines and set some of the expectations for how we were sort of going to chart the road ahead, given some of the financial pressures that we were responding to at the top of the year and that we continue to. I think that might be helpful also as we continue to have these kind of discussions.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Indeed, we have had that set of instructions at the forefront as we've proceeded, with the intent to be sure that the financial planning was comprehensive and informative enough so that council could use that in the same timeframe, the February timeframe, at your next retreat, to reevaluate and review those priorities that were set earlier this year. To do that, we needed to look at a range of inputs to that financial plan, most notably police and fire staffing. So getting that work done in advance so that it would be treated as an input would be a component of that. We're doing a similar type of assessment for capital planning generally, another significant component of that financial planning moving forward. And then the last piece was looking at our reserve policy to ensure that we were not doing something with the reserves that had the unintended effect of hamstringing our ability to finance a range of activities or investments that council might consider to be at the top of those priorities when it meets again in February.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll avoid Valentine's Day this time, but definitely looking forward to circling back with that information that you laid out. Thank you so much.
Hey, if I may, council member, mayor, members of council, one of the items that assistant city manager mentioned was the looking at our known unknown liabilities. Again, I'll say known unknown liabilities that's on our balance sheet. Particularly as pertaining to some of the capital improvement issues. We don't have, and the city hasn't really had a grip around that. And so part of this, this work is somewhat of an auditing process to really get the hands wrapped around those issues, which when you start to consider financial plan could be detrimental if you don't really understand what they are and how they cost. Also, too, I just ask, I think it's important, Steve, if you may mention to the council and to the public, who are the firms that you spoke with? I think that might be helpful, too, for everybody to know.
I started reaching out to a number of firms with respect to the item 15, to try and get a sense. Among them, I reached out to KPMG. I looked at a roster of potential firms that can do this work in just did not feel satisfied with that process, that we would be able to both hit our schedule and substantially alter what we were going to end up spending for this.
Mayor, I got, open up another question for me. Assistant City Manager, congratulations on the elevation.
Thank you.
You mentioned a 10-month window and...
10-week.
Oh, 10-week. Never mind.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
No, I may have heard wrong. But will that information, question I have, be rolling in, or is it going to be delivered in one complete package?
I think the intent of our office is to spend a lot of time looking at the material as it's being produced, just to be sure that it is informed, they have all the data that they need. I think waiting for something to just sort of get dropped on the desk is potentially a recipe for a problem. So instead, expect I'll be working with them along with my colleagues to see the inputs, to answer questions, to pose questions, and to do a lot of pressure testing so it's appropriately well thought out for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to that vote, C1 through C14, and then 15 and 16.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Vice Mayor Fish to approve consent items C1 through C13 and C15 and C16. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and now let's take C14, please.
Is the council in need of a staff report? No.
Oh, we're just, voting on it.
I'm not seeing a way to second on C14.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Mayor Puza, and that is to approve C14. Please vote. That motion passes 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Council Members O'Brien and Vera.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to action items. Before we get into that, related to efficient meeting management, we're also continuing to experiment with time limit for council member discussion during public hearings and action items. Each council member will have up to 10 minutes to ask questions and make comments. Of course, there is no requirement to use the full time allotted, and council members may choose simply to vote without making any comments. And we'll go to action item A1, receive a presentation from the Center for New Democratic Processes on the Culver City Civic Assembly on increasing public participation in the budget process and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I am Leah Erickson. I'm the Senior Assistant City Manager for the city. And on July 16th and 18th, we had our second and final Civic Assembly session. And so today we have representatives, Kyle Bazenko and Sarah Atwood from the Center for New Democratic Processes, as well as participants from the Civic Assembly, here to talk a little bit more about the Assembly and the Assembly's prioritized recommendations. I did want to note that the city staff reviewed those recommendations. We were very excited to receive them and review them, and we do plan to incorporate them, and we will be doing that in the upcoming budget process, and we will plan to return to City Council with more information about our approach to incorporating those our intention is to do that at the September 28th meeting. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle and Sarah.
All right, thank you, Senior Assistant City Manager Erickson. First of all, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, City Manager Jones and staff, and especially our assembly participants, thank you for having us here tonight.
Would you
And thank
wave
you
so
for being
people
here.
can see who's in
Yes.
the room? All right.
All right. Well, we are pleased and very, very proud to be in front of you today. Kyle Bazenko from Center for New Democratic Processes. I'm Executive Director.
And I'm Sarah Atwood, Head of Research and Engagement with CNDP.
So we are here to formally submit to you the participants report from the Culver City Civic Assembly on increasing public participation in the budget process. And we have a brief presentation before having participants share. So if we could have next slide.
All right, so you may recall that back in June, we talked about people being kind of a little overwhelmed thinking about the budget and the budget process. And so this time we had 700 pages, actually under 700 pages with this year's budget. But the May Assembly came up with over 100 challenges, opportunities, and actions that could be taken. But this time we brought together over 30 new strangers for 3 more days. Next slide, please. And they asked, are we really doing this again? And we said yes. So here you'll see the Assembly demographic targets. These are demographic targets that we agreed upon with the ad hoc committee. These are the same targets that we used for the May Assembly. And you'll see here that these are age, gender, educational attainment, employment status, homeowner renter status, party affiliation, and race. Next slide, please.
So we also captured participant neighborhood of residence. This was not included in the selection process, but it is something that at council direction we gathered so that we could determine whether or not there was a broad cross-section. And you'll see that participants in this July Assembly came from nearly all of the neighborhoods represented in the city. Next slide.
Great. So here you'll see that we combined our May and July Assembly participant information. So you'll see that service on a city committee or commission ever, only 3 people out of the 60 reported yes. Was there prior participation in a city budget event? You'll see that 7 out of 60 replied yes. The average number of years living in Culver City was 16. You'll see that the length of time living in Culver City went up to over 50 years. 70% of participants reported that they really were intending to join the assembly to support the city and the city's kind of invitation to help them think through this challenge. And then 59 out of 60 participants would serve as assembly members again.
So having brought together a broad cross-section of Culver City residents, in July, participants had a unique learning program that was different from their counterparts in May. So they once again heard an introduction to the City of Culver City government and the finance department, but one of the unique things that they were asked, which we've already foreshadowed or talked a little bit about, was regarding what their counterparts in the May Assembly did. So one of the ways that to facilitate that handoff and that transfer of ideas that came from the May group and priorities to the July group was actually a panel of participants from May came and spent a significant amount of time, about 90 minutes, sharing about their experience, answering questions, and talking about how and what some of the thinking was that led them to the decisions that they made in order for the July group to begin or continue working with their challenges, opportunities, and actions. Aside from that, another thing that the July group did was select from a roster of community organizations that are Culver City based, as well as city departments that they wanted to hear from in a pair of community organization and city departmental panels. They selected 10 panelists. 7 of those were community-based organizations, and they heard from them through both brief presentations and Q&A sessions with them, with those community organizations that were nominated by city council members and participants from the May Assembly as well.
And the full roster of those organizations and then the participant selected city departments are in the final report. All right, next slide, please. So here you see some of the community members serving as representatives for their respective organizations, as well as some city staff. So there was kind of presentations, as Kyle said, but a lot of time for rigorous Q&A. The participants always complain there's not enough time for question and answers, and no matter how much time they get, they still say there's not enough, correct? Yes, okay. All right, so next slide, please. And here you see some of our great panelists at work. So doing the work of processing what they've heard, bringing their own perspectives to the challenge at hand, and learning from one another. Next slide, please.
So one of the things that we wanted to capture from this was how participants felt the information that was provided to them. And this takes both the May and July participant experiences and combines them because they were consistent, but how they viewed the information and equipping them with fulfilling their task. And in this case, in terms of learning, we asked, how did you feel you learned a lot about the budget process and challenges and opportunities the city faced? Overwhelmingly agree or strongly agree from participants in both events. That the information I received helped me participate effectively in the process. Again, overwhelmingly agree and strongly agree. And that the presenters delivered useful information in helping them with their goal. Again, strongly agree or agree.
All right, next slide, please. So here's a photo of them at work doing some of the learning program and processing everything that they're hearing. But I also want to just emphasize that, again, Kyle mentioned this earlier, but this July group really had a difficult task because they inherited a number of opportunities and challenges, as well as a ton of actions that were composed by another group of 30 who worked in May. And so that was kind of a challenge to get their head into, what were our colleagues thinking? Why were they thinking this way? And then they started to learn kind of what the frameworks were that they were using, started to assess the work that their colleagues had come up with and said, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? And then by the time we said, okay, what's missing? They realized their May colleagues had set a really strong foundation for the work that we were asking them to do together in July. So it was kind of an auditing, adding, assessing kind of process that they were doing together.
So ultimately, if you could go to the next slide, through that reviewing, refining, and prioritizing, there were 42 potential actions that are included in the report itself, and those were developed initially by the May group and added to and supplemented by the July group before they began to work through those. The way that we had them work through these was to identify which of those actions were going to be in their goal. If you could go to the next slide, which actions would address the challenges that were priorities for the first group. So take a look at that list of 40, which of those are going to make the biggest impact in addressing those challenges. And here you can see the top 10 actions to address the challenges that were created by the May group or prioritized by the May group. And we continued to do that. So if you go to the next slide, each of those is more comprehensively laid out in the report. So for each of those individual top 10, you can see what that means in a more comprehensive view of those in the report itself. And more detailed explanations of those that were developed and drafted by the participants are included in the report for each of the 42 actions. But here we're just focusing on the top 10 for each challenge. If you'll go to the next slide, you can see top actions for opportunities. So the May group said, here are the top opportunities that exist for increasing participation in the budget process. The July groups took a look at those and said, which actions will help us accomplish or take advantage of those opportunities, and here are the actions that we feel will do so. You'll notice that there's overlap, but they're not entirely one-to-one, and that is indicative of the participants saying, okay, some of these are well suited for addressing challenges, some of these are better for opportunities that exist, and some of them may do both, but there are some that are unique to each and some that might be pursued for different reasons.
All right, next slide. So we just gave a couple of more examples here of some of the kind of more enriched ideas detailing what those actions would entail. All right, next slide, please. So here you'll see that we have combined the May and July Assembly participant evaluation information, including whether or not each individual felt comfortable sharing their opinions during the process, whether or not and to what degree they felt comfortable asking questions, This also includes whether they felt that they had an equal opportunity to participate in the deliberations, and whether or not and to what degree they feel that we as organizers encourage them to think independently and make up their own minds in the process.
So that's kind of the more formal view of participant experience, but we know that they say it best themselves, and so at this time we do want to ask participants from our July Assembly to come up and share a little bit with you all at Council about their experience with the Assembly.
Good evening. My name is Betty Hanna. I was a participant in the July Assembly. And I just want to give you like an overview of what that did. Thank you. First off, thank you, council people, for seeing a need for this type of participation. So it starts with, I think participation starts with the delivery. How do you get people interested and how do they come together? Because we're talking about bringing strangers together. I think the facilitators of this did an excellent job from getting the direct mail piece out, because I get a ton of junk mail, and I'm sure a lot of people do. How do you get a person to look at what you're sending and then be interested in it? They sent out a postcard that checked all the boxes. It was like a 5x8 size. It was colorful, and it had an interest. You know, the interest was participating in a budget. And when you think about budget, most people will think mundane. Do you really want to sit through something about budget? But you also offered an incentive that said the council was serious about this matter and wanted participation. So we did, what they did was they brought a group of people together that was demographically diverse, which was good. They took people from neighborhoods, different neighborhoods in Culver City, and that included education, different education backgrounds, different professions, different ethnicities. We had mature youth, the mature youth, and the youthful mature. So it was really, we had cooperation as well as collaboration. We looked at the July group, as the facilitator said, had to also look at what the May group had done. So we were able to sit down, coalesce, and really bring ideas together, and then give you something that you could really look at and really consider. So I think we were very successful in what we were tasked to do. So then now it's up to the council. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dan Maeda, and this summer I'll be celebrating my 40th year of being a resident of Culver City, first in the Vets Park area and now in Culver Crest. When I first came to the city, I was privileged to join a city planning process where after several weeks of meetings, we concluded with a report called Direction 21, Moving Culver City into the 21st Century. I think all of you are too young to have remembered that, but I know Councilman Vera's father was involved in that process, and the then City Council adopted most of that report's recommendations. And darn if you know that it turns out that a lot of those things that we talked about in the report actually came to fruition and made the city a better place to live. As an example, in the late 1980s, unlike in the late 1980s, today we have a vibrant downtown and even restaurants that people actually want to eat at. Today, of course, there are other kinds of new challenges, including traffic. But this city council is determined to try to find a way to increase public participation in city governance, and hence you have the report that's before you now. In my time, I want to highlight two of the elements of that report. First is closing the feedback loop. It's all well and good to have city residents voice their opinions to the city, but unless there's some way for them to understand whether or not their views are actually being incorporated into your decision-making, then it's not going to be off or not. So please make sure you close the feedback loop when citizens participate. Second, and relatedly, I want to bring your attention to action item 21, City Council Meeting Engagement Standards. When folks come to the City Council to speak to you, please put down your cell phones and your iPads, pay attention, give them some face time, and really grapple with the ideas and the opinions they're bringing forth. I know as a member of a county commission that sometimes when public comment goes way into the night, it's easy to blow it off. But if you do that, you'll be discouraging rather than encouraging public participation. Thank you for listening, and I commend the entire report to you for your serious consideration.
Good evening. My name is Karen Ladis. Dan, I've been here 41 years, and I remember the planning, the 21, so I was involved as well. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this project and process. Our July Civic Assembly had goals and guiding principles, much like the City Council. We had to leave our personal agendas at the door. We were expected to have transparency, be holistic, for the benefit of our Culver City community. Be present, respectful, no phones, no sidebars. Be open to speakers and ideas, and participate. My experience, we did our best to complete the mission. The July Assembly was diverse, focused, inclusive, authentic, humorous, and generous. They made me grateful to be a part of the Assembly and Culver City. We completed our sessions with the hope that recommendations would engage more Culver City residents to be interested and active in the city planning and budgeting processes. So, what's next? What does budget participation look like? What is the action plan? Who will own the task to prioritize, organize, set timelines, and establish assessment practices and metrics? What are the budget process portals for citizens to be able to be involved and be proactive versus reactive? We know how that turns out. How will the public view the budget goals and accomplishments in a meaningful way? Not only the numbers. I'm kind of nerdy. I actually read 693 pages of the budget, along with the 2045 plan. Yes, I need to get a life. So, how will the Culver City Civic Assemblies know that our participation and efforts have been implemented and more effective? I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. I thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark, and I'm a resident at the Clarkdale neighborhood in Culver City. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my experience from the Civic Assembly. When I first came into the Civic Assembly, I'll be honest, I had very little understanding of or engagement with local government. Like many people, I'm busy with work, family, and everyday responsibilities, and I had never really taken the time to understand how decisions were made within my own community. Before, I want to recognize Stephen Agostini, Leah Erickson, and Adam Troy, and countless others. Their willingness to share their knowledge and give me insight into what goes into running the city gave me a perspective I simply didn't have before this experience. That changed over these 3 days. Working alongside dozens of residents with different backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives gave me a much deeper appreciation for Culver City. I learned things about my own city that I didn't know, and I gained a much better understanding of how City Council operates, how decisions are made, and how much work goes into developing meaningful recommendations. But there was one part of this experience that I found particularly important and honestly a little frustrating. We were asked to come together, listen to each other, work through disagreements, compromise, and ultimately develop recommendations that we genuinely believe could improve our community. And then there's the moment where we have to ask ourselves, will anyone actually listen to what we came up with? Because from our side of the table, it can sometimes feel like we're being asked to put in the work, have the difficult conversations, and reach consensus, and then hand those recommendations over only to wonder whether they'll actually make a difference. And I understand that City Council has competing priorities, legal considerations, budgets, timelines, and an enormous amount of responsibility. I don't expect every recommendation we make to simply become policy. But I do think we deserve to know that our work was genuinely heard, because people gave up 3 days of their lives to do this. They didn't have to. They did it because at least by the end of this process, they cared. And that's probably the biggest thing I'm taking away from this experience. I came into this assembly not really paying attention to local government. I'm leaving with a much greater understanding of it, and more importantly, I'm leaving caring about my community. I've only lived in Culver City for about 2 years. I spent most of my life in the San Fernando Valley, and honestly, I never thought I would care this much about Culver City. But I do now. So I hope what we've done over these 3 days doesn't simply become another presentation or another document. I hope you listen to it. I hope you challenge it. And if you disagree with it, tell us why. Because the worst outcome would be for this assembly to teach residents to care about their community, only for the process to teach them that their voices don't actually matter. I think we can and should do better than that. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sanam. It was my first time participating in a public event where we participated in the budget process, the deliberations, and it was a very humbling and surprising and pleasing experience. I was surprised to see the amount of knowledge and breadth of their thinking, despite being young as some of the people I met, like Jax and Logan, to Dan sitting right here having more nuanced takes, to Victoria, who has always had very thoughtful solutions to the problems. So I think it was a very eye-opening experience for me attending the first time. And I'm very grateful to be part of this process, and thanks to Sarah and Kyle, because when I read the final report, I could see my words as it is on the slides. And it carries a deep meaning because that means my voice does actually matter. And with my background in healthcare, I often think about Hippocratic Oath. The idea that when somebody places trust in you, there is a responsibility to care, to take that responsibility seriously, and to do no harm. And I think similarly, when people take their time to share their experiences and opinions, they're trusting that their voice will be heard, and there is a place for them at the table. I think public service carries similar responsibility. I hope this is a watershed and a milestone moment, because nothing incentivizes humans more than seeing the fruits of their results. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Victoria Kelto, and I first want to thank you for supporting this civic assembly and soliciting our feedback. There were two key actions for the city I took away from our time in July. The first is the need to meet people where they already go. The best way to ensure that most folks stay disengaged and that the same actors persist is to make their only meaningful feedback mechanism multiple-hour council meetings or emails that go unanswered. Soliciting feedback from people at events or local businesses where they already gather is absolutely essential if you want a diverse sample size versus a few squeaky wheels. And that's something that a lot of my co-assembly members mentioned. The second step, as Dan also mentioned, was the need for a feedback loop. If people see their inputs only going in without a clear why theirs is or isn't coming out, they'll believe their participation has no impact, and any effort to boost participation will not sustain. I say this as somebody who has tried to navigate the system and left feeling a little bit confused about which methods actually work. For example, last year I had the idea of trying to talk to someone at the city about the Boneyard Dog Park. My neighbors and I often complain about it, say it's unsanitary. We go to other cities' parks, and I thought instead of complaining, I'm going to try to do something about it. So we sent emails to the parks manager explaining our concerns, hoping that something could be added to the budget, only for them to say that that was not going to be included in the budget. And then any further emails, including to a council member we thought might be supportive, also went unanswered. We went to a city council meeting and thought that after what we saw there, it might not be a productive avenue for action, though this could be improving from what it sounds like. Then there are plans to renovate Botts Field, but still no action for the Boneyard next door, which I learned was the product of kind of persistence and lobbying. And I realized that maybe it will always be about who comes and talks the loudest or the longest. So with this report, I just hope that you take the feedback that not everybody can be or wants to be a lobbyist or take the time here to do that. If you guys earnestly want the public's input on the budget, you would likely need to provide an equitable avenue that accounts for all kinds of voices and where people are able to spend their time, and hopefully also evidence that that input is being considered. So thank you for your consideration.
So we just have our wrap-up, which is what's next. Senior Assistant City Manager Erickson already began to preface that, but if we could go to the last slide, please. Dissemination of the Assembly report will be ongoing. As was mentioned, the city will begin to incorporate recommendations into the upcoming budget process, evaluate items with impacts and return to you all. I think from our perspective as CNDP, what I would share as our kind of concluding thought is that the city asked us to come forward and work with you all to respond to a question that you approved. How might the city of Culver City increase public participation in the budget process? Your residents delivered on their end of the deal and are looking forward to what will come next and how those ideas will be implemented, and if they're not, what the rationale is for those in respect for and honor of the work that they've done. We couldn't be prouder to have been involved with these residents and with you all through this, so we want to just, again, formally submit this report. This concludes our kind of work with this initiative, and would welcome any final conversation or final questions. I don't know with an action item what that entails, but happy to answer questions if that is appropriate. But I think that really sums up where we find ourselves at the culmination of this civic assembly process.
So Mayor, members of council, I just want to first just applaud all the folks who participated in this process. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And feedback loop, as your city manager, I commit to you that we're going to work to implement these recommendations that you provided. Thorough, great job. It's everything that I know that the finance team and the staff internally wanted to be able to achieve so that we can make sure we're meeting the needs of the public. And I just want to tell you thanks. Will we be able to do all of them? Timing, I don't know. But as Assistant City Manager Leah Erickson and Steve and Augustine mentioned to you, is that we're going to come back to council with at least our recommendation on how we get that done by the September 28th meeting. Meaningful. I'm grateful. The city is grateful. The staff is grateful. We're going to work to do that, and open to whatever comments that council have about how and what as the policymakers.
Great. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Atwood and Mr. Bozenko, and thanks again to all the participants. Let's go to comments and questions from council members, starting with Vice Mayor Fish.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you to Kyle and Sarah and CDMP. This idea came out of the 2025-26 budget process. It was my first budget process that I participated in on council. We saw very little participation. The meetings were at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon. There are more people in this room now, I think a lot more people in this room now than we had participate in that budget, and that, I think it was a $180 million general fund budget. This year it was $205 million. So we decided to spend 0.1% of that budget to help ensure that our budget, the other 99.99%, reflects the people it's intended to serve. And I think that's a worthy investment. Usually when a city is planning something big, they ask residents to participate in the way that they want them to participate. And I think what's incredible about the Civic Assembly that we did here is that we're asking to do something very different. We're trusting the residents to tell us how they want to participate in this process and to design it themselves, which I think is the really incredible difference. And it passed through the hands of 60 residents to get to this point, and 59 out of 60 said they would do it again, which I thought was encouraging. And so, they allowed, like most people in the assembly, I didn't recognize from any city event. I didn't recognize from any, from any council meeting. They allowed council members to come in at the end when all of the work had already been done to just thank the participants. And I recognized one person in this latest round. And I think that's really incredible, the fact that we're engaging new people in the process. And that 53 out of 60 said they never participated in a budget process. So at a time when people are really craving a government that works for all of us, this puts them in the driver's seat, our residents in the driver's seat. And they drove. They narrowed down the ideas to 42 actions that the city could take to improve participation in our most important document, arguably, our annual budget. And this is going to be a really important time to be doing this, because next year we are likely going to be moving to a 2-year budget cycle. So the suggestions you all have come forward with, and I read through them, they're really fantastic, are going to influence a 2-year budget that we're going to get started on in the coming year. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do, as so many speakers articulately put, to close the loop. There's so many great ideas I read, meeting people where they are, neighborhood ambassadors and champions, a budget simulation activity, resident orientation sessions in different communities, condensing and summarizing the budget. I read that one really stuck out. And then council meeting standards of engagement. I just want you all to know your recommendations are heard, they're appreciated, and they're fantastic. So I think we need to ensure that all the work done over these 2 weekends is not for naught, but rather creating a system that is designed by the people, for the people. So I just want to wrap by saying thank you to the staff who took all their, so much time out of your busy schedules to be there and share your work. Thank you to Councilmember McMorrin, who started this effort with me initially, and then Mayor Puza for joining me in the ad hoc subcommittee. And I also just really want to thank our city manager, Jones. You could have dismissed it, and you could have, not wanted to have this, be such an effort, but you really believed in it and you really invested in it, and it shows, I think, in the results. And then, of course, thank you to our CDMP, and most importantly, the 60 participants who devoted 3 days of their lives to this effort. Our city is a work in progress, and you all are the ones who make it work. You all are the ones who keep it moving forward, and we are here to represent and do your business. So thank you for being a part of that city that we're building together. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions before my comments. One, thank you for reaching out to me. I'm just sorry that I couldn't get out of work. It was one of those days that was just brutal. But in looking at the map in terms of the 2 sessions that we had of participants in what areas, was there, and I don't recall from the last one, but was there any area that we didn't have overall in between the two of them?
So there was, what I can say is there was one alternate from downtown who was for part, but that would have been the only, otherwise, the places that there were no, maybe there was like 2 or 3 neighborhoods in the May event that didn't have participation or full participants. Those were supplemented in the July with the downtown. I think that shows up as 0, but there was an alternate. That's just kind of the way that it worked with the lottery process.
Awesome, okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would say downtown was the lowest.
Okay. All right, but we did capture sort of maybe every, cool. Thank you so much. You know, going into this process, I voted no on it. I thought, what a colossal waste of money moving forward when we have a process, when we go through the city manager. But, you know, I'm always one to say, if I'm wrong, then show me differently. And I want to thank everybody here for showing me differently and showing me that, you know, there's different ways of looking at it. There are different ways of engaging within the community because this is really important for them also. So I want to thank my colleagues for putting this through and the community for really coming out and sharing what it meant to them. Yeah, and you know, basically that's it. So thank you all very much. Thank you, the community, all the participants who really spent their time and wanted to see a change in the community, wanted to see their voices being heard. So I'm just looking forward to the next step. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. So thank you all so much.
Well, thanks, Councilmember Vera, and I know participants were understanding of that life happens, and we're eager to welcome you, but understand entirely. And I think from our perspective, thank you also for sharing both your initial reservation and your willingness to be open. You're not wrong to have been critical, skeptical, and it could have gone wrong. It could have been something that you were looking at today. It is an affirmation for us that you were willing to trust us with this process and move forward with us. And we do hope that there are things that come out of it that are tangible, actionable, and worthwhile for you all. But that is not a guarantee. And so thank you for your willingness to share your perspective about that and how that might have changed. And again, that is a testament to community members themselves and their willingness to do that work that you asked them to do.
Yeah. Definitely, and as opposed to just looking at the financial aspect of it, because that was really my big deterrent of we're spending this kind of money when we're really struggling, but in listening to folks, definitely worth it to get their input and make them feel like they're involved and then how we're going to move forward. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Brien. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said, and I really appreciate, it's clear that you, Kyle, and Sarah have done a really great job with this because of the feedback that the assembly members have given regarding the process, because one of the, I think, holdbacks for people to get involved is that it's just, I don't know, it's too dense, it's too hard, it's too whatever it might be. So I appreciate the work you did. And then to the assembly members, it's clear that you were really earnest in your participation, and it's deep, it's thick, the whatever it is, 600 some pages of budget, and you know it takes a lot of time and effort to get it down, and even when you know we do it, I know that I have a lot of questions at the end of it as well. So I'm going to dig deeper on everything that you recommended to us, and participation is great. It's the more people that get involved, the better. The tricky part is the cost, and we had 60 people participate, and that's, I don't know what percentage of the population that is, but it's pretty small. And your voices were valued, and that it was representative of the community demographically. I think it's important, but how do you amplify that by 100 in terms of number of people? That's the question, in a cost-effective way. But thank you, everyone, for all your work.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks so much. I know we've been on this for a bit and we have a lot ahead of us, but I just want to echo a deep appreciation for the leadership of our consulting team, for all of our participants, those also obviously in the July group that are here this evening, and also the folks who came before us previously in May to share their experiences as well. It's always joyful. And of course, thank you to staff that spun up. I think we had to do a very modified RFP. It was a compressed timeline. All of that made this even more difficult to try to incorporate into the current budget cycle of this current fiscal year, and also for it to hopefully inform our work moving forward. So many appreciation for, there's so much that happens behind the scenes that folks don't see, so deep appreciation to staff on that. I also really want to thank my colleague. I had been lifting up how could we do this differently? And we were trying some things, and some things work sometimes, and they didn't work some other times. And I really appreciate our Vice Mayor for lifting up this opportunity that is rare for us, I guess, rarer for us stateside, but something very normal internationally. And it worked in this instance. I find the report very informative. I think that there are definitely some solutions here that we can look to incorporate, and I look forward to our city manager team outlining the ones that they feel are best in terms of the things that are coming up, combined with our shared priorities. There's always a layering of how we do things here. But deep appreciation, again, for the work. It's always great hearing new voices. Don't let this be the last time you engage. We have amazing committees, commissions, and boards. The application is always open. I forget the link, but our city clerk knows, if just in case folks can't get enough of the city council stuff. But I say all the time up here, our budget is a reflection of our values. It's important that we are clear about how we share those values to make sure that they're in line with our community's needs. How do we invite our community in? How are we continuing to innovate when things are shifting and maybe we're not hearing from the voices that we intended to? So I appreciate that we are being a bit more nimble in our approaches, and hopefully we can do more of this, but also open to new ideas. So again, thank you for all of the hard work that brings us here.
Great. Yeah, thanks again for the presentation. And again, grateful, a lot of gratitude for all the participants. In addition to what the Vice Mayor said about the budget process, a lot of times when we want to get feedback, we ask one specific population, which is so valuable, but there's just so many more populations in the city to reach out to. So this is an exciting tool to increase that community engagement and get that feedback. And we're doing so much more public engagement around so many other events. And now the part is, do we, continue to do that and make good on that? One of the participants said, "My words matter," and that was really powerful, for people to believe in local government when sometimes people have a hard time believing in that. So building that trust is so important, and we always can do a better job of listening and building trust because people really expect local government to deliver at this time. So I'm looking forward to what's next, the next question, and what's next within this process, and moving forward with the recommendations that are of value. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, if I may just move to do basically exactly what staff has already outlined, but I want to make sure we get a motion on the board to vote on tonight, and as a part of closing the loop. So the motion would essentially be asking staff to report back on that second meeting in September with a response essentially to each of these 42, I believe it was 42 concepts, including the ones we can adopt, that we know we can adopt, and then feasibility or resources for those that we maybe can't adopt right away, but what would need to be required for those others. So that would be the extent of the motion, just to ensure that we show the folks here today and watching that we're intent on closing that loop.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish and a second from Councilmember Vera. Is that correct? Please vote.
And Mayor, while we're voting, I was just doing a quick Google to see if this had a home somewhere on our website. I see that we have some press releases around the Civic Assembly, but will this report and some of the presentations live on our Culver City website somewhere?
Yes, Councilmember McMorrin, and in fact, as our new communications staff and team start to grapple with this, I mean, one of the things we wanted to do is to wait to get this report so that we can augment the process moving forward. But as a part of that, I know that there's some talk about even looking at our website and making some modifications to make sure that the public is, that the site is more resilient to show upfront the transparency piece of what we're doing, how we're doing it.
Thank you so much.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you all for being here.
All right. We'll move on to A7, discussion of a potential residential construction minimum wage program and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And I'll turn it over to staff for a staff report.
Thank you, Jeremy. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, our staff recommendation on this particular item really recommends that City Council discuss a potential residential construction minimum wage program and provide direction to our city manager as may be deemed appropriate. Just a quick background on this piece. On April the 13th, 2026, as you may recall, the City Council requested that a discussion of our residential construction minimum wage program for mid-size residential construction projects of 10 units or fewer and less than 85 feet in height, including legal protections for undocumented workers, be placed on the agenda for City Council discussion. Staff has taken that under review, and with respect to context, the purpose of this would be the residential construction sector, as you know, has experienced significant growth here in the city of Culver City and the broader Los Angeles metropolitan region, driven by sustained housing demand and state-mandated housing production targets. Despite this growth, construction workers engaged in residential building projects frequently earn wages that do not reflect the cost of living in the area, particularly given the high housing costs that characterizes Southern California. A residential construction minimum wage program would establish a wage floor specific to workers employed on residential construction projects within city limits, ensuring that the economic benefits of development activity are shared more equitably with the workforce that makes such developments possible. With respect to program design considerations, there are a number of those, but I really only want to lift up just one in particular, and that has to deal with the applicability and scope. The program would need to define which residential construction projects are in fact covered. Policy choices include whether to apply the wage standard to all residential construction projects or only to projects exceeding a certain size, unit count, or valuation threshold. The initial proposal from April 26, 2026 was actually for mid-sized residential construction projects of 10 units or fewer and less than 85 feet in height. It's important to note that the City of Los Angeles is considering mid-rise construction projects to be defined as any residential development, including mixed use with 10 or more residential units and under 85 feet in height. The definition, in fact, of residential construction and the categories of workers covered, for example, employees of general contractors, subcontractors, and temporary staffing agencies, would all require careful delineation. If this moved forward, our next steps from the staff would be to proceed with further development of a residential construction minimum wage program. The following steps are recommended. 1, conduct a comprehensive economic impact analysis examining the effects of various wage levels on residential construction cost, housing production, and worker earnings within the city of Culver City. 2, engage a stakeholder outreach with construction workers, labor organizations, developers, contractors, affordable housing providers, and community members. 3, research and analyze comparable programs in other jurisdictions to identify best practices and lessons learned. 4, return to the City Council with a detailed program proposal, including recommended wage levels, applicable thresholds, exemptions, enforcement mechanisms, and an implementation timeline. Finally, if desired, direct staff to prepare a draft ordinance consistent with applicable state and federal law. I believe this concludes my remarks, and staff remains on standby for any direction at this juncture.
All right, thank you. And I do want to make a correction that I spoke in error at that meeting in April and said 10 units or less, but I meant to say 10 units or more. So just wanted to make that correction.
Sure.
And let's go to public comment. 90 seconds.
Thank you. Our only speaker for this item is Richard Burns.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure being here tonight. And once again, Culver City leading the way. Appreciate you. My name is Richard Burns, a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. The construction minimum wage study is important. Step forward understanding what workers in the industry need to earn to support themselves and their families. The City of Los Angeles and the City of West Hollywood are also working on a construction minimum wage study, recognizing the construction workers face a high cost of living while performing skilled, physical, demanding work that builds our communities. These studies give the opportunity to look at the real cost of living, the value of skilled labor, and whether current wages are keeping up. This study is about making sure the people who build our homes, schools, can afford to live in the communities they help build. We need to take these studies seriously and make sure construction workers have a livable wage and benefits they deserve. We appreciate all your hard work. As again, you guys are always leading the way. We appreciate all your hard work, Culver City. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? I'm happy to go first. Really supporting this study, comprehensively looking at wages in Culver City for residential construction, minimum wage. This is an opportunity to explore a policy that reflects one of our core values. The people who build our community should be able to share in the prosperity. And we know that construction workers perform demanding, skilled work, and too many still struggle to afford the very communities that they're helping to shape. And I don't think we have to choose between building more housing and supporting the workers who make that housing policy, and we can do both. I also just, appreciate the study first approach. This report calls for a comprehensive economic analysis, so I want to ensure that we're evaluating how different wage levels could affect worker earnings, project feasibility, affordable housing, and our broader housing production goals. And good public policy is built on evidence and collaboration, so by taking the time to do the study, carefully learn from other jurisdictions and engage stakeholders, we can determine whether there's a path that raises labor standards and keep us on track to build the housing that our community needs. Wage floor means contractors compete on quality, efficiency, safety, and execution, not on who can find the cheapest labor. As I said before, the choice doesn't have to be between pro-housing or pro-worker. It could be, should always be more housing, good jobs, and responsible development. And I also appreciate the protection for vulnerable workers, And that can be paired with strong wage theft protections and enforcement to protect our immigrant and undocumented workers so they're not pushed further underground into the labor market. So with that, I really support this and hope that it moves forward. Councilmember Bryan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Mr. Burns for coming out again. I definitely do want to make sure we do an in-depth study on this. I'm always concerned about having targeting different industries for minimum wage. It creates, I think, a lot of burden on the city for enforcement, as opposed to like a blanket minimum wage ordinance. And I don't like the city getting involved on an industry by industry, governance over minimum wage. I strongly believe in collective bargaining. We should work hard to be able to get all of our workers into collective bargaining agreements. I also want to make sure that we consider what the size, we should be looking at different categories of residential construction. I am concerned for the mom and pop builder, whether it would, how that will affect them, and how it does trickle down. Housing is expensive as it is. So I'm completely open to this study, and I'm anxious to hear what we find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate you bringing this to us for consideration, and I appreciate our public comment as well. I see the next steps outlined in the staff report, and I don't really have any objection to those. The one addition I would suggest is this potentially going to either the affordability or the housing subcommittee, just so as staff is drafting how they might think this could go, that there's, and again, I see that there's going to be stakeholder outreach, so we know that we'll be hearing from folks at all levels and at all interest points. And I just want to ensure that the public has an opportunity to just see it on an agenda before it comes to City Council for final consideration, to just weigh in at that point, and then have at least some of the council to give some feedback at that time before it comes to us. I don't know how time sensitive this is, but I'm really excited about supporting housing and also supporting workers, which again, I think our mayor looked it up. They don't have to be incongruent. In fact, I believe they're complementary. So really, again, really excited that this is before us, that this opportunity to support folks who are supporting our housing goals is here, and looking forward to the process. And thank you for the very detailed staff report.
Thank you. Mayor, if I might, and council members, I see that Council Member O'Brien has left the dais, but I just wanted to underscore and assure him that the things that he raised would certainly be considered as a part of the process. There are, in fact, 9 different design parameters that would go into this process. So they include the wage level, certain exemptions, enforcement mechanisms, the phase-in period, potential impacts and stakeholder considerations, as we talked about, stakeholder considerations, construction workers and labor organizations, residential developers and contractors, community members and residents. And so all of these parameters would need to be considered as we designed it. So it would certainly not be designed in a vacuum, so to speak, just focused on the minimum wage.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you really for labeling or calling out all the items in which we're going to address, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Mr. Burns. Thank you so much for coming out and always supporting and bringing your group with you. You guys show up in numbers at all the time. I know after working a full day, last thing you want to do is sit in council meetings all night long, but we appreciate your work, so thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this to us initially, and thank you to staff for your work presenting it. This is my first time engaging on this specific issue, so I dove into it because my first response was, how do we support the working folks who make these projects? In talking to the carpenters and also in talking to the housing, advocates and hearing that projects really above that 85-foot marker, I guess that like around 8-story marker, typically built union, and typically the non-union projects are below that 85 marker, and that's where you get into employers and builders that don't necessarily respect their workers with living wages, and you end up with folks who are in building these projects who can't afford to live anywhere near them and can barely afford to get by. So I feel like this is a really good proposal to hopefully create a floor there, so that, as the mayor said, the builders are competing on other things besides potentially paying the lowest possible wages. And also, I just want to share, it was great to hear that Housing Action Coalition, a housing advocacy group, sent in their letter of support. And one part of this analysis that I'd love to get is just the impact on housing construction, if any, given different levels of this wage, just to ensure that we're crossing our T's. And I know that's something of a priority to the mayor in his remarks as well. So, and love the idea of sending it, as Councilmember McMorrin said, to either our affordability or housing committee. So strongly support this, and if we can just add that as an element to the analysis, would love to see if any impact, because this really is, to me, this really is not the mom and pops. It's over 10 units up to 85 stories. So you're really looking at kind of what Ivy Station is, up to 85 feet. So you're really looking at like the Ivy Station type developments, or like, Access, those type of mid-rise, 5/1, as they call them, developments. So I think this is the right type of study to look at how we can make constructing those projects better for the workers, but also potentially resulting in just better projects overall. Because we know that when we get more expertise and people that are that have better wages on these projects, they usually turn out better. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to direct staff to proceed with the development of residential construction minimum wage program, including steps 1 through 4, and then sending it to the affordability or housing subcommittee first, and then also to include the potential impacts on housing.
Correct.
I have a motion by Mayor Pusa, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. Vice Mayor? The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to A2, adoption of a resolution approving the arguments in favor of questions relating to one tax measure and one proposed charter amendment to be considered by the voters at the general municipal election of November 3rd, 2026. And may we get a staff report, please?
Yes. Yeah. Before we begin,
please.
go ahead. Oh, would you like me?
No, you go for it.
Okay. So Councilmember O'Brien recused himself from the TOT measure in an abundance of caution. So I recommend that the council bifurcate the discussion to the two arguments separately, deal with the vote 16 separately from the TOT measure. I believe that's what Councilmember O'Brien is requesting. If you're going to keep it as one item, Councilmember O'Brien will need to recuse from in the entire thing. If the council's willing to separate it out into two items, we can do two resolutions. We did something similar back when we called the election, as you might recall, where we broke the resolution out into two, calling the election into one resolution and placing the vote 16 on the ballot as a separate resolution, and you bifurcated that way. We could do something similar if there's the support of the city council. Otherwise, Councilmember O'Brien would be recused for the entire item the way it's currently structured.
How much extra work would that be to do that?
Not at all. I've prepared them already just in the event that there was support to do that. But up to the council.
Is everyone? Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's take the vote 16 first, please, and then we'll take TOT.
Okay, we'll do vote 16 first. Is that what you said, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So just to give a little background, that at the meeting of March 27th, the council appointed Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin to prepare an argument in favor and the rebuttal to the argument against the measure for actually both Vote 16 and the TOT. Both of those arguments are included as part of this resolution, and I can pull that up. So this is the one for the draft argument in favor of the ballot measure to lower the Culver City voting age to 16. And you read it, I'm sure. And I know that two people approve it because it was submitted by the subcommittee. And now the council has an opportunity to change it if they would like, vote on it as is, or determine another way to proceed.
Mayor, I'm happy to just move the item.
Great. Do we have a second?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see it here, and now, hold on. Yes, you have a second. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to approve the Vote 16 argument language in favor of the question. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 noes. 2 noes from Councilmember O'Brien and Councilmember Vera. And that can be reflected. It will show that the legislative body, which takes precedent, does approve the measure. And then I will have forms for people to complete so that whoever wants to sign on to this may this evening. And now we'll go to the second one. Councilmember O'Brien has recused himself, and here is the draft argument in favor of ballot measure argument to increase, the ballot measure to increase the transient occupancy tax, the TOT. And do we have any questions regarding that?
Mayor, I've moved this item as well.
Great. Thank you, and just thank you to the Vice Mayor and to Councilmember McMorrin for doing the heavy lifting on both of these items.
Definitely have to shout out the Vice Mayor who did most of the heavy lifting. Thanks.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. And that is to approve the argument in favor of the question related to one ballot measure. Please vote. All members have voted. And that motion passes. 3 ayes, 1 abstain. Councilmember Rivera abstained, and Councilmember O'Brien has recused. So that passes. Just to let everyone know, the deadline for all of the written information and the signatures, which need to be wet signatures, is this Friday, August 14th, after which the measure against both of these, the arguments against both of these measures will be provided to the subcommittee so that you may write a rebuttal, which will be due on August 24th.
Great, thank you for that information. And we will move on to A3, approval of a subsidy program for the Culver City After-School Recreation Program and direction to the city manager regarding the proposed eligibility criteria, subsidy structure, and program implementation as deemed appropriate. And I will turn it over to staff for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Wrong button. There we go.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I am joined at the table tonight by Director, we call him officially Director Tomas, over at Parks and Recs. We have had an opportunity to take into consideration additional conversation. I think as our city manager had mentioned earlier, it is likely going to be, and you'll hear from our director in a minute, our recommendation to continue moving forward with respect to the hardship initiative. But we want to buy a little time to make sure that the approach that we're taking has probably the broadest implications for those perhaps who are most vulnerable in that regard. We have been going back looking at some of the reporting. We think we can do a bit better. And so I've asked staff to take a little time, and our city manager has supported that, and we want to buy a little time to maybe redirect on this, well, I should say probably to expand upon this as we're looking to move forward with this particular recommendation. Our director of Parks will speak to that specifically.
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councilors, thank you for having me here this evening. We've learned a lot over the last, I'd say, month or so about the value and importance of this program to families here, especially working families here in Culver City. And rather than seeing this program as a something that is just a luxury for families, it is actually infrastructure for our economic development, to borrow from the assistant city manager. The importance of this program to the families that utilize it is essential. And so I know that the context in which this was developed was within the preparation of a budget for this fiscal year. And in that budget, the department was challenged to decrease its expenditures and increase its revenues. I think that as we've been studying this very carefully, it's pretty clear that the program is essential to the families that utilize it. And so we'd like to propose freezing the fees at their current level rather than raising them, and taking the time to really understand better how to provide it in a way that is fiscally prudent, but also continues to be a real blessing for the community.
Hey, so let me jump in real quick. Something that my colleague, the city attorney, and I have been talking about throughout the day. We want to add some clarity to this point. The city attorney will explain to you if you decide to accept my proposal. I mentioned to you earlier, as we look at this, how we would go about doing it. But we have had an increase to our property tax valuation, which will produce more property tax. At the time we was going through the budget, we were trying to figure out how to balance. This item came up, but also too, another item that came up. I apologize to everybody. I'm just trying to hurry up and swallow this while I talk. The issue of affordability, the city council unanimously talked about it being important to you, and making sure that what we do addresses the affordability issue. Daycare came up as a part of that conversation. I just think in talking with the finance team, they don't think there'll be minimus financial impact if you were just to, let's hold at the daycare rate we are. I know you all voted to expand the program, and the team is working to do that, but also to put in place a hardship program on top of that, so to kind of do both. But I want to ask my colleague, she'll jump in, to talk about how we would how it would do that, because we've been kind of talking about this throughout the day.
Sure. So if there is interest in the council to reconsider the fees, there is no way for the council to freeze, reduce, do anything with the fees this evening. It's not on the agenda. This was specifically to talk about subsidies. So if the council has an interest in further discussing the fees and potentially freezing the 25-26 rates or reducing the rates that were just adopted, you would need to, staff would need to bring back an item on September 14th. Now, what council could direct is that PRCS delay the opening of the registration for the CART program until after the September 14th meeting. Therefore, the parents wouldn't have to pay the fees until staff knows what the council's direction is. Again, that's only if there's some interest by council in having that further conversation.
Yeah, and
I hope that makes sense. I'm happy to address questions.
let me add something to what the city attorney just mentioned as well. As you consider what we're talking about to you, we have not increased the fees so far at this point. So know that. And you know, as part of sort of prioritization of the work that we've got going on across the organism. So I would not be like demanding staff to prioritize that until you can take such action too as well. So that's one of the reasons why the city attorneys are suggesting that we take this approach if you guys are amenable to doing that. Okay?
Mayor, can I ask a question? City attorney, to be clear, or maybe city manager. So we have not yet instituted the fee increase. Does that mean that we can, I'm wondering.
The fee's been adopted, so that is the fee currently.
Mm-hmm.
They have not been collected yet because the October CART program doesn't collect the fees, it's my understanding, until September. So they haven't been collected. They've been adopted. So the fees are the fees without further action of the council, the fees that were adopted.
My concern, based on what you've said, is that we wouldn't have if we delay the program. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, you wouldn't be delaying the program. So
Okay.
it's my understanding, and Tomas can correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that the CART program that, for October, they open the registration for that in September, and they collect the fees when they open the registration. So if the council wanted to have further discussion about the fees, they would just delay opening the registration until September 15th or 16th or something like that, after council had an opportunity to consider and potentially take action on the current fees, which are the increased fees that were adopted. I hope that makes sense.
One more clarifying question. So are we saying that this is kind of a pay-as-you-go model, and so if we open it, they would pay the increased rate for 1 month or for a few weeks, and then we would, assuming we adjust it down?
May I address that issue? It's very simple. They pay for next month, this month, and so we just simply have not started charging for the next month fees yet, the September fees, and we can postpone that until, the October fees, and yes, it is month by month. That works the best for most families' cash flow.
Right, okay, so the program will run on its normal schedule.
Correct.
And no one will pay the higher rate, assuming we
Correct.
decide to punt this until the next meeting.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Sorry, everyone. Okay, let's go to,
Apologies. Can I just ask, so the reason for that is because this item only refers to the subsidy, so we can't decide, is that, City Attorney, what you're saying? We can't
That's
decide
correct.
to change the underlying fee?
Based on
Okay.
the agenda title and the substance of the report, there wouldn't be sufficient notice for people
Understood.
to.
Got it. Thank you, thank you.
Let's go to public comment, 90 seconds each.
Thank you. We have 8 people signed up to speak. We have Tamar Fear, Catherine Rising, Maggie Peters, Jonathan Faria, Adrian Killigrew, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, James Lowe, and Joseph Magdalena. Our first speaker is Tamar Fear, followed by Catherine Rising. Just one moment.
Good evening. I'm asking you to, move forward with freezing the CARP fee at its current rate and directing staff to reassess the service category before implementing any future increase. Since the fee study was adopted by you and approved last May, I've spent a lot of time looking into how we arrived there, and the more I looked, the more I questioned whether it was classified correctly in the first place. So I put this up here, but it's treated as a relatively non-essential specialized program, resulting in a 70% cost recovery target. For a working parent of a young child, after-school care till 6 p.m. is not optional enrichment. It is what allows that parent to work. Meanwhile, teen center membership and teen camps are categorized under Health and Human Services, which has only a 10% cost recovery target. PRCS defines this category as services that prevent and remediate life challenges. Affordable childcare does exactly that by helping families remain employed while raising children and contribute to this community. The proposed hardship subsidy doesn't address the underlying classification issue or the council priority of enhancing overall affordability. We should be focused on making essential services affordable to families broadly rather than creating exemptions as a first step. I'm asking you to decide the right classification. I'm not asking you to decide the right classification or fee tonight. Please freeze the fee while staff reassesses it or hear it in September, possibly applying the forgivable loan or something else towards the fee structure in the interim. Affordable child care is an affordability issue, a workforce issue, and a family issue, and I hope that the council will treat it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Rising, followed by Maggie Peters.
Good evening. I know we are supposed to discuss the subsidy program tonight, or we were, but I want to emphasize that there are some problems a hardship subsidy simply won't solve. For example, I'm concerned that raising CARP fees, even with a subsidy program, will affect far more than just the families enrolled in CARP. As the city's most affordable after-school option, CARP helps set a lower price point for childcare across Culver City. If the city significantly raises its fees, it signals to other providers that the market can bear higher prices and gives them room to raise theirs as well. A hardship subsidy does not address that broader impact. I urge you to treat CARP as an essential service, place it in the 10% cost recovery category, and keep its fees affordable. A freeze of the old fees on September 14th, as proposed just now by our city staffers, would be a great idea. As one of those staff members just said in the report, childcare is not a luxury or a specialized recreational program. For working parents, it is essential infrastructure. And when childcare becomes unaffordable, women still disproportionately reduce their work hours or leave the workforce altogether, worsening existing economic inequalities. Supporting affordable childcare is one of the most direct and important ways we can support Culver City families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Peters, followed by Jonathan Faria.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Hi, I am here representing the PRCS Commission, where I'm the current chair. First, we wanted to thank Megan Stebbings in particular for an excellent job of putting together this subsidy program so quickly. The commission thinks that this proposal of the subsidy program is worth the council's approval when you all decide to bring it back to discuss that. Also, we would just say, as a chair, we're happy to take this issue back to give you all a recommendation about the issue at our meeting September 1st, which is before when you would next consider this. Since it seems like things are moving in a different direction, I will just end my comments there. Thank you so much for all your support for PRCS.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Faria, followed by Adrian Killigrew.
Thank you, council members, and I'd like to thank the department speaker who acknowledged that this is an extremely essential service. But I certainly agree with the other speakers that because it's an essential service, for all the reasons that have been touched on, it should be subsidized like the essential service that it is and treated seriously. I certainly would support the freeze that the department has now suggested, that the council needs to seriously look at this as a serious affordability issue. Affordability was certainly a very important part of the campaign for a lot of the city council members who are sitting here tonight, and this is a prime example of how the council can act decisively to address affordability and prioritize the importance of public education in Culver City. And so I'd certainly support the freeze and a comprehensive plan on how to properly set up, subsidize, and keep these programs robust. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Killigrew, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalin. I'm not seeing Mr. Killigrew online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, followed by James Lowe.
Hi, I'm a working mom. I raised 3 daughters, and I can tell you that after-school childcare is not a luxury. It's the bridge between the end of the school day and the end of the workday for families who don't have a parent or guardian or caregiver available at 3 p.m. New jump would be a really big hardship for families. I'm glad that you're rethinking this. I don't think that this should be subsidized for some, frankly, and not subsidized for others. This program, to my mind, should be subsidized. Every working family knows that an unexpected increase in a budget means that they have to take money from somewhere, groceries, gas, maybe they pay another bill late. And we just marked Mom's Equal Pay Day last week, which is a reminder that mothers still earn less than fathers on average, and an increase in after-school care doesn't land the same way on every family's budget, and too often it adds another financial burden to working moms who are already juggling childcare and also a smaller paycheck. So I want you to think of all the families. My goodness, the families that make the least amount of money, absolutely, let's help them and subsidize. And also think of all the working families, the folks who make $50,000 a year or $100,000 a year. That is also not a lot of money. So a program built to help working families shouldn't leave so many working families behind. I'd like to see you take a look at the whole thing again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Lowe, followed by Joseph Magdalena.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Regarding the program, there was a parent meeting 2 years ago informing that there would be some changes, and I think all the parents were understanding of the increase that would be told. And I've asked like every year before the school year starts, every calendar year, because I have to submit child exemption, tax forms and whatnot. I myself am a teacher and I'm not able to budget. 2 years later, suddenly them informing us 1 month before the school year starts that it's increasing by 50%. And we have 2 kids that are in the aftercare program. That's essentially like doubling what the amount was. And not only that, next year they're planning to double it again, which would make it the most expensive on top of all the other private childcare programs that exist out there. And just, it is absolutely, I echo what everyone else said, that it is an essential program for people that are working or not able to have family or any other people around to help pick up the kids after school. And with people's just like livelihoods on the line, we're part of Culver community. And as like a member, we just feel like we're being forgotten as like not a whole part. And we want to be able to thrive here. We want our kids to be able to go here. And we're considering like pulling our oldest daughter, who's only 9 years old, from this program because of the cost, to walk home down a busy street in Duquesne, which is also another safety issue. But I feel like it's just coming down to, yeah, it's unreasonable, the amount that we're expected to all of a sudden, like, come out of, like, our budgets didn't increase. And so thank you for looking into this.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Joseph Magdalena.
Greetings, Council. Yeah, my name is Joseph Magdalena. I'm a local parent here at Culver City, and I'm probably going to be echoing what a lot of people have already been saying up to this point. And also, thank you. That does sound like you are going to, at a later time, be reconsidering this, or perhaps considering subsidy for everyone. But yeah, it just really seems broadly that this fee increase was fairly untenable to the state that it is really. It surprised a lot of people that it was of this scale. And you can obviously tell by the amount of people coming on this that people are very sensitive to the pricing of aftercare and childcare in general. And of course, view it as deeply essential. And there's a concern that even as this starts to increase, you can then actually have a bit of a knock-on effect that this could increase at other programs as well, and they'll increase back over here. And it becomes this sort of like vicious cycle that really drives a lot of frankly, the affordability crisis of so much around us right now. And I think we kind of want to take a effort to not be a part of that, especially to putting the cost so much onto working parents. So thank you for your time. I'll proceed the rest of mine.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great, thank you. Well, based on the city manager's comments and the staff report and public feedback, may I get nodding heads to direct the city manager to freeze CARP at their current rate and implement a hardship subsidy on top of that, and bring that back at the September 14th meeting?
Yeah, the council can't direct the freezing of the rates at this point, but they're not going to be collected. You can direct that the registration be postponed and the fees collected until after this 14th, and direct the city manager and PRCS staff to come back with a further discussion on the 14th. But you can't direct the freezing of the rates at this point.
Okay. Let me change that. So to direct the city manager to postpone the registration and hold off on collecting the fees.
Correct. Okay. Yes. direct the city manager to return on the 14th with further discussion of the subsidies and the fees. And in the meantime, direct PRCS staff to postpone registration, the opening of registration for the October CARP program until after the city council makes a decision on the 14th.
Mayor?
What she said. No.
Just a quick addition, if my colleagues agree, is we can also look at the classification on it and ensure one of the speakers was talking about maybe it being misclassified into that same conversation. Can we bring back the classifications on it and just so we can have a conversation around that?
Sure. Yeah, I think the goal, if you do act in the way that the city attorney suggested, effectively what it would do is folks who are participating in the program who has historically would not see an increase if you act at your next meeting. And we can certainly add that classification component to it as well. And that's what we're trying to do, is just some technical legal ways that we can kind of go through this, but effectively it would freeze the rates, and the people who are in the program won't if you act at the next meeting, they will not experience the increase, and that's what we're trying to get done. It's just we got to do it the right way. And what's before you right now, though, to the city attorney's point, is the actual hardship program, and so we have to do it at the next meeting to allow for the appropriate notices and that kind of thing, and that's what we're suggesting. If you can augment that or accept the recommendation of the city attorney, that we can kind of bring it back to you in a way that gets it done. Yeah.
Mayor, can I have one question? Can we also direct staff to have a conversation with the school district about participation rates with their Office of Childhood Development after-school programs? I mean, we're not in competition with them, but we're providing a similar service, and I'm curious if they provide 100% of the applicants who need, free or reduced childcare, do they receive it from there, or are we picking up folks who are not, who are bumped off of their list because it's very popular at the district? So I think it's important to have an understanding of how our program plays off of what is happening in the school district as well.
Mayor, Councilman O'Brien and Tomas, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but in anticipation of that kind of collaboration, we actually have a meeting scheduled on tomorrow with the superintendent.
Fantastic. And considering the classification is an essential service, and if it is that, it's at 90% recovery that's listed in the teen center programs and all that. But I do want to underscore that people who are middle income, it's also significantly impactful childcare, and to not consider them as a part of this conversation would be wrong. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add one additional friendly amendment. The subsidy levels for category 2, the 50% subsidy, because I know we're also asking for the hardship subsidies to come back, right, as a part of this. They are pretty low. For a single parent with one child, you'd have to be making less than $40,000 a year to qualify. So I'm wondering, as a part of that conversation, if we can come back with maybe some tiers that, and I couldn't find the Los Angeles County lowest gross monthly income from 2025. I couldn't find the figures that matched these in the staff report. So I'm wondering maybe if we could come back with hopefully higher. I mean, understanding all of this has a fiscal impact, but would love to see what the fiscal impact would be of higher thresholds so that more of our community could qualify for the subsidy. So either your rates would stay the same, or if you really can't afford it, they'd qualify for either the 100%, the 50, or the 10 as you've designed it, which I think was great. Thank you for thank you for designing that program and bringing it to us.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. Obviously, the goal is to increase access, right? Not just address the affordability issue, but also to increase access. You all did, as a part of this budget, also to vote to do exactly that. So we just gotta go and come back to you to get it where it's gotta be, to make it work.
Okay. Do we need anything else? It's the staff.
I think that sounds like it's covered as long as city clerk was able to get all that.
Do you want to
I'm going to make an attempt to read it back,
read?
word for word. No. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Council Member Vera, to direct staff to postpone the opening of the October C-CARP registration until after the September 14th meeting, bring back discussion on the September 14th meeting to discuss subsidies, fees, classifications, and direct staff to bring back findings of the CCUSD program and hardship subsidies to be brought with tiers and fiscal impacts.
And I guess just to specify on the tiers point would be higher tiers, and if they could be
Thresholds.
higher thresholds that could be connected to some, whether it's HUD thresholds or AMI or something that's already kind of predetermined that we can look at.
Tied to another program.
That'd be great,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. Sounded good to me though, otherwise.
Does that include everything? I mean, it's not full
You-
sentences yet.
You had the
but,
classification portion in there, right?
Yes, to bring back discussion regarding subsidies, fees, and classifications.
Thank you.
And direct staff to bring back findings of the CCUSD program and hardship subsidies to be brought with tiers using higher thresholds tied to another program and including fiscal impacts. Okay.
Isn't our city clerk great?
Please vote. And everyone has voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to A4, discussion and approval of City Council Mobility Subcommittee's recommendation for a one-year pilot program for robotic personal delivery devices in Culver City and authorization to finalize implementation documents, including service operator user agreement and administrative operating regulations and procedures. And I will turn it over to staff.
Yep, Mayor. Out of an abundance of caution, because one of the potential service providers is a member of the chamber, I am going to recuse on this item.
Mayor, out of abundance of caution, I'm going to have to recuse myself as well. And speaking to the city attorney, not that we think we meet the threshold, but just out of abundance of caution in terms of the business that it would bring in for me as my business. So I have to recuse myself as well.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works, and I'm joined here tonight by Alicia Ide, our Senior Management Analyst. This item before you is a discussion and approval of the Mobility Subcommittee's recommendation for a one-year pilot program for robotic personal delivery devices in Culver City. And the second thing we're asking for you to do tonight is give the authorization to finalize the implementation documents, including service operator user agreement and administrative operating regulations and procedures. Personal delivery devices are fully autonomous and or semi-autonomous sidewalk delivery robots used by businesses for last-mile connections. They deliver commodities from commercial entities, restaurants, convenience stores, grocery stores, to residences or other commercial entities within a 2-mile radius from a provider to the customer. These low-speed devices, they typically run slower than 5 miles per hour, are deployed in the public right-of-way, traversing sidewalks and crossing streets. These robots are designed to navigate safely in areas with high pedestrian activity and signalized intersections. They are currently operating in neighboring jurisdictions such as Los Angeles, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood. Operators execute agreements with delivery platforms that serve individual businesses, as well as directly with the businesses themselves. Back in September 2021, Coco Delivery presented their business operations plan to the subcommittee, introducing themselves and requesting permission to operate in Culver City at a future time. Coco had begun a pilot program in Santa Monica back then at that time. In early 2024, staff spoke to Santa Monica staff who expressed that they had no issues of significance regarding Coco's devices and operation. Coco then returned to the subcommittee on April 11th, 2024, requesting to begin operations in Culver City. By that time, Coco had expanded operations into Los Angeles and other metropolitan areas. The subcommittee recommended allowing operations of these delivery services in Culver City as a pilot program and requested the program be presented to the full City Council for consideration. The introduction of robotic personal delivery devices was presented to the full City Council at the November 10th, 2025 meeting. Back then, Council expressed both support and concerns about the implementation of these devices in our city. In early 2026, the city reached out to city staff in West Hollywood who expressed that they have had no significant issues to report with their program. And with that, I can either turn it over to Alicia to give you more information or introduce a few reps from Coco who are here tonight to introduce themselves and say hello.
Serve Robotics is here.
Serve Robotics. Mm-hmm. Or simply answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Ide, would you like to say anything, or should we go to the...
Just, of course, the two of you were the mobility subcommittee meeting. And just for the benefit of Councilmember McMorrin, you recommended that we proceed with a set of administrative regulations that would allow us to make adjustments. And there's some sample regulations at the back that were attached to this. But that would be the easiest way for us to enforce changes should we encounter any issues as we go forward.
Okay, great. Let's go to the representatives from Serve Robotics or Coco is not here, is that correct? I'm
not familiar with that particular representative. So yes, we do have representatives from both companies here tonight.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. On behalf of Serve Robotics, I want to thank you for your thoughtful and deliberate approach the city has taken in developing its policy regarding personal delivery devices. I'd especially like to thank the Mobility Subcommittee and city staff for ensuring an open and transparent process. Our model focuses on short trips, typically under 1.5 miles, that are often made by car today. By shifting these deliveries to smaller devices, we can make delivery more affordable, accessible for consumers while helping support the local businesses they rely on. We're also proud that this work supports local jobs. Today, we employ more than 150 staff across the LA region in high-quality entry-level tech roles, representing the largest share of our workforce in any one region. These are hands-on W-2 jobs, maintaining and supporting our fleets with opportunities for training and advancement. Beyond delivery, we see an opportunity to be a collaborative partner with the city, personal delivery devices or delivery robots can help Culver City address two persistent challenges: traffic congestion and parking availability. By supporting short-distance deliveries, serve robots can reduce delivery vehicle miles, congestion, and competition for valuable curb and parking space. They can also provide residents with convenient access to food and essential goods while complementing existing transportation options. To that end, introducing robots into a market for food delivery can reduce local emissions by an average of 16%, as every robot replaces a short car trip with a zero tailpipe emissions alternative. The city proposed policy is practical, performance-based framework that protects accessibility and public safety while allowing innovation to deliver measurable benefits. In this context, I would also encourage the City Council to take a measured approach to advertising fees. The experience in West Hollywood suggests that these fees may not always generate the anticipated revenue and may have the unintended effect of reducing business activity and the very economic activity the city hopes to support. And finally, thank you again for your partnership. We appreciate the city's support for innovation and technology as a tool for advancing sustainability, support for local businesses, and the public good. And happy to make myself available for questions. Thank you.
And if you could state your name and the
Yeah,
company.
of course. My name is Jonas Pierce. I'm from Coco Robotics. I think I requested comment, but
Yes.
It was flagged to the city
Great.
staff, so apologies.
worries.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you so much. My name is Jonas. I'm here on behalf of Coco Robotics. We'd just also like to thank the staff for working with us to design a one-year pilot program that would bring a more accessible, affordable, and sustainable delivery option to the constituents of Culver City. Our founders of Coco started in a UCLA dorm room with a belief that it doesn't make environmental, economic, or from a city design perspective to use a 2-ton car to deliver a 1-pound burrito for less than a mile. Since then, we have been in cities across the world, including Helsinki. We just launched in Washington, D.C., but we're also in West Hollywood, Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles as well. And we're really proud to have reduced traffic congestion, removing greenhouse gases from the environment, and saving small businesses money while we're operating. Culver City, like many communities across the country, face challenges with curb space, double parking, and delivery congestion, especially in commercial corridors, which our bots would primarily service in. These traditional car-based delivery vehicles would bike lanes, often idle, and park while waiting for pickups, which creates enforcement and congestion burdens for the city. By contrast, our zero-emission devices complete deliveries without taking up parking spaces, contributing to local traffic or safety issues. We handle low payload, we operate in low-speed environments, and all of these deliveries are suitable for walkable urban neighborhoods, allowing delivery drivers to take higher-paid delivery orders. We're looking forward to working with the city, its staff, and local merchant partners to launch this program and make it successful in the long term, and really open to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment in 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Our speakers for this item are Tamar Fear, Daryl Minthy, Melissa Sanders, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, Kevin Lakoff, Nicholas Bishop, and Damian Kevitt. Our first speaker is Tamar Fear, followed by Daryl Minthy.
Good evening. I support piloting robotic PDDs, but I believe the city should assess an operating license fee on companies deploying the robots in Culver City. I'm a division manager at another local city where my team oversees the PDD program, including using the 2 operators who have spoken. In my experience, they have been responsive and have made good faith efforts to be good partners. I also see a strong use case here, particularly in downtown and in the Arts District where parking is constrained and third-party delivery drivers are seen double parking or blocking mobility lanes. However, properly managing the PDD program has required us considerable staff time and has direct costs. These include both staff time and third-party data aggregation software to monitor operations and compliance. For a pilot, you also need staff resources to establish measures of success, analyze the data, respond to issues, and report on the pilot. These operators are for-profit businesses using the public right-of-way. The city should not have to absorb the full cost of administering their operations, minus the business license and admin fees, which are only a few $100s, particularly when the city's staff and fiscal resources are already constrained. PDD operators currently pay operating fees in the city where I work, and I believe a similar fee structure is appropriate here rather than relying solely on an advertising revenue share. I respectfully ask that you approve the item contingent on an operating license fee that helps offset the city's direct and indirect costs of implementing and overseeing this pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daryl Menthy, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember McMorrin. Thank you for bringing this forward tonight. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Culver City Downtown Business Association. I'm happy to see this come forward. It's always good to have more options for delivering food and more options that our restaurants and companies can use. I sort of wanted to tell a short moment. Not long ago, I was taking a Waymo to West Hollywood, and the Waymo paused at an intersection to allow a Coco robot to go across. And it was a moment. Moment that made me realize first that I was old and the world was changing. So I'm glad we have a pilot program to see how this is going to work. Some people have said they are concerned about how it might operate. I'm just looking to see, will the businesses use them? Will the people use them? And I hope we give it enough length of time to see it work or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalin.
Hi again. This is definitely a pro and con. You guys are going to have to make a list. I obviously love the idea of it being more environmentally friendly, but a pilot program, and by its nature, means a lot of staff time, a lot of money to be used by our city employees to be monitoring such things. So as a pilot program, I really don't want to see what happened with the MOVE project, which was a pilot program that cost us millions and is continuing to interfere with our downtown business. So please make sure we are not losing money on this pilot program. Make sure that we are getting reimbursed for any costs. If they are using our sidewalks and other things, they should be paying for them. I'm especially concerned in downtown where there's some parts of the sidewalk that are really thin, and in other areas where, there's roots and problems. I'm worried, what if they fall over? So I think you're going to be in a difficult situation either way you go, but please do not make everything about letting them do this at their will. You have to make money on this, and definitely do not let the city lose money on this. We are in a financial free fall because of the three of you sitting there still.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, followed by Kevin Leckoff.
Hi, I've seen these around UCLA. They're kind of cute. I think it's a good idea to have a pilot program. I do like the idea of a licensing fee. I also would be, I think it'd be smart to make sure that we don't lose money, that are already taxed and maxed out city employees don't have a lot more on their plates, and the city is not getting the benefit of that. But I do think the community will have a benefit, and I hope that our businesses will, get more customers because of the convenience. So please make sure, however, that that you really have a really good contract, so there are no surprises. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Leckoff, followed by Nicholas Bishop.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and members of the council. My name is Kevin Lockoff, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce. We support item A4 and urge you to approve the proposed one-year pilot program. Culver City restaurants compete every day with businesses in Los Angeles, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood, where this type of delivery service is already available. Our restaurants do not currently have that option, and delivery costs are a significant expense in an industry where margins are already tight. This pilot would give Culver City restaurants another delivery option and help them put them on a more equal footing with businesses in neighboring cities. The Chamber is not here to advocate for any particular operator, but we are asking the Council to open the door to competition and give our restaurants the opportunity to decide for themselves whether this type of service works for them. Our members have told us they are open to it and would like to have that choice. A one-year pilot is a sensible way to find out. We support appropriate guardrails, including geofencing authority, protections for parking and ADA access, compliant-driven enforcement, and the city's ability to terminate the program if problems arise. If it works, the city will have a year of actual experience to evaluate it. If it doesn't, the city can end it. The Chamber also stands ready to work with the city as a community partner and assist with restaurant outreach during the rollout. We urge you to approve the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Bishop, followed by Damian Kevitt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Nicholas Bishop. I've been a proud Culver City resident for the past 16 years, and I currently serve as a field operations supervisor with Serve Robotics. I've had the privilege of watching Culver City grow and evolve over the years while maintaining the unique character and sense of community that makes this such a great place to live. In my role at Serve, I help oversee the daily operations of our delivery robots throughout Los Angeles. I'm proud to be part of a company that is bringing innovative technology to our communities while creating jobs and supporting local businesses. Our robots provide local restaurants and businesses with another way to reach their customers. By handling short-distance deliveries, they can help businesses fulfill more orders, expand their delivery capacity, and give residents another convenient way to support the local restaurants and businesses they already know and love. But I also want to emphasize that there are real people behind this technology. Serve provides jobs and career opportunities in an emerging industry, and employees like myself are responsible for safely operating, maintaining, and supporting these robots every day. As you consider the possibility of allowing Serve Robotics to operate in Culver City, I respectfully ask you to look beyond the technology itself and consider the people, the businesses, and the opportunities that come with it. As a resident, I care deeply about this community, and as someone who works in this industry, I believe Culver City has an opportunity to embrace technology that can make local deliveries a little more convenient, support local businesses, and help position the city as a leader in innovation. I would be proud to see Serve Robotics become part of Culver City's future, and I respectfully ask for your support in giving us that opportunity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker, or final speaker, is Damian Kevitt.
Good. Hello, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member. My name is Damian Kevitt. I'm the Executive Director of Streets Are For Everyone. First, I've recently moved into the neighborhood, so you'll probably see me more often here doing grassroots work in this wonderful community. For transparency purposes, Streets Are For Everyone is sponsored by Serve Robotics. We are not sponsored by Coco. I am here speaking in support of this particular item. They have no idea that I'm speaking here, nor have they coordinated with me on this. I do want to say that from the viewpoint of traffic congestion and this as a proven way to reduce vehicular traffic, this is something that we support as a general basis across cities here. That said, we have expressed concern, although I've not seen this currently in Southern California. Coco does have a pilot program where they're using higher speed autonomous robots in bike lanes to deliver. Without further data, we are a bit hesitant about that. So just flagging that. Otherwise, happy to see this move forward in Culver City. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Okay. Questions or comments from colleagues? Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Ide and Director Dimitri. Can you just share what the license fee would be, since that was brought up?
Yeah. There's actually multiple fees. There's, of course, in addition to the annual business license fee and the annual business taxes, there would be a one-time permit administration fee, and that would be determined by the number of hours that the staff is required to process the contract and the permit. And then there would be an annual street use permit fee that's paid at the time of the application and then annually thereafter. So that's where the city will recapture its costs.
Thank you. And have those numbers been determined yet, or is that part of the pilot?
That's part of the pilot.
So we don't charge, like, how does that work? We don't charge those fees for the pilot, or
We're going to charge them. We just haven't, I don't want to give you a specific number, but it will attempt to make sure that we're recouping our costs.
So that's part of the negotiation after this.
Yes,
these
with
terms
and the
are-
city attorney's office, yeah.
Great. Thank you for that. So that's good to know that we'll be recouping some of the cost of staff time. And then secondly, I wanted to ask about like measuring success and some of the data we're going to be collecting. Have we defined yet, what success for this program would be, and, do we know exactly what kind of data we're going to be able to collect from it?
Most likely at the conclusion of the pilot program, we will reach out to the businesses and residents in the area with surveys to see how they feel about it. And also, we will most likely model the whole program after other cities in the area, West Hollywood, Santa Monica. We will learn from what they have learned so far in their pilot program and present all that data to City Council in roughly a year from now.
Great, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
We'll speak to the chamber members and, follow up towards the end, but we'll also receive complaints. We expect complaints, and that will also drive part of the conversation and how to modify the program going forward if we're going to continue it.
Thank you. And yeah, if we could do a broader survey, then, obviously we want to hear from the chamber about how the restaurants are impacted and hopefully benefiting, and then something broader for, folks who might, like you said, be impacted on the sidewalk or otherwise. Great. Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to starting this and seeing the impact, from an environmental perspective, from a traffic perspective, to see if we can, some of those burrito taxis, as they were called, to get some of those off the road and do a more efficient way of getting those delivered. And yeah, I look forward to supporting this. And thank you to Coco and Serve for being here as well. And thanks to all who commented.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't press the button. Still getting used to that. I heard most of the presentation from the back, so appreciate that and appreciate the work of my colleagues in bringing this item before us. Appreciate all of the comments and folks coming out this evening. We're actually doing better on time than I thought we would, so I know. Sorry, City Clerk. See, I'm making mistakes already. I just had two questions. That I'm all for the sustainability aspect of this pilot and reducing emissions. I think someone said 16% reduction in local emissions, which is always something we're trying to align with some of our sustainability goals. So I appreciate that being outlined. And I don't know if we'll be able to have that as a data output or a measurement output for success, but I'd be curious if that data point holds for us, if there's a way that we can measure that through some of the other public works surveying that might be happening in the areas that are will have this pilot taking place. So just kind of floating that as something I'd be interested to see. But just in terms of my questions, I'm curious, there's been a lot of energy just in the local and just public policy space right now around surveillance and cameras and who has access to the footage and how long it's held. And I assume those little robots have cameras. Although I haven't encountered one on the street, I did hear from a friend that one of the robots asked someone to like push the button so they could cross the street. So they're like, I guess they can see me because the voice said to push the button. So I'm curious, again, like, who has access to that? How long is it stored? Maybe ours will not, but it is something that I know folks have encountered. And I appreciate that there's going to be outreach to our chambers and restaurants. I just wanted to plus one sort of the wider scope of feedback, whether it's just from pedestrians or folks trying to get around and or potential workers who might have been a part of these sort of shorter term trips, maybe with scooters or bikes or things like that. I don't know how common those are. I'm not super in the weeds for that, so I don't know where the data, if that had been collected, if there's a complement, I have no idea. But I'm just curious about if those go down, if they go up, if they're complementary. So I don't know, again, if we have access to that information, but I'd be curious to see it. But all in all, I am always for exploring new options to make our city more efficient and more sustainable and to better serve all of our community members. So I'm excited to see how this goes. I do see that the draft, are we just proposing to incorporate all of these draft proposals that are in the agenda item? Or is that going to go back to the mobility to refine?
At this point, it will just go to the city attorney's office and work out the
City attorney
details.
will
Yeah.
refine.
And I do want to reassure you that the longest section of the user agreement, because they will sign a user agreement, is the data and privacy protection section that will go into great detail as to what they're allowed to, who they're allowed to share the information with. In the video, there is video recording, how long it can be kept and who can be shared with.
Yeah, so we want to, at least I'm interested, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I am interested in limiting that as
Yes.
much as possible for the safety of, just everyone that's out and about. I know that when you're in public, you don't always have a right to privacy, but as much as possible, we want to limit access to those things so folks feel safe in our community. So appreciate you sharing that. And that's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. I am looking forward to supporting this one-year pilot. As the staff report said, this began in 2021. So this is a long time coming before my time on council. And, we've taken time to learn from other cities, heard concerns, and developed a strong pilot program. And I think, we'll be able to look at that at the end of the program. I support the idea to do outreach broader than the chamber, to just look into any kind of privacy concerns, and then the metrics for success, including sustainability. But I think, other than that, I'm looking forward to moving this forward. And we have a motion and a second on the floor.
We do. A motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Mayor Pusa. And that's to approve the motion as written. All members who are voting have voted. And the motion passes. 3 ayes and 2 recused.
Great. All right, we will move on to A5, discussion of autonomous vehicle fleet services and potentially establishing use classification standards and approval procedures, including definitions, permitted locations, sitting, staging, and dispatch, performance standards, and related operations. 4/5 vote requirement, if desired, adoption of an interim urgency ordinance establishing a 45-day moratorium on the issuance of building permits or entitlements for autonomous vehicle fleet services, and/or, if desired, direction to prepare a regular ordinance for direct consideration by City Council or for consideration by the Planning Commission for recommendation to City Council, and/or direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. May we get a staff report, please?
Mayor, before that happens, in another episode of Groundhog Day, Waymo is a member of the chamber, and out of a abundance of caution, I am choosing to recuse myself on this one.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Pierre Chaco, Acting Current Planning Manager, and I'm going to hand over to my colleague Gabriel Barreras to do the staff report.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the public. My name is Gabriel Barreras. I'm a senior planner in our current planning division. The goal of this action item is to allow Culver City to take a proactive approach to autonomous vehicle fleet services, or AV fleet services, in order to support the healthy expansion of this emerging technology into the community so that it protects neighborhood quality of life, aligns with the goals and policies of the general plan, and preserves the city's authority to determine where and how AV fleet service uses are sited. So why is the city discussing this now? In November 2024, the California Public Utilities Commission first authorized commercial AV fleet operations in the greater Los Angeles region, with Culver City located in the center of the West Side service area. Prior to the Utilities Commission authorization, Culver City's last comprehensive zoning code update became effective on October 9th, 2024, and did not include definitions, zoning classifications, or development standards specific to AV fleet service uses or operations. Recently, the current planning division has received multiple inquiries from AV fleet operators regarding the potential for AV fleet service uses and operations in the city. In the absence of applicable definitions or regulations, AV fleet service uses are not currently identified as a permitted land use within the city. Thus, we recommend City Council consider adopting a 45-day moratorium to study and recommend appropriate regulations for AV fleet service uses going forward. To give you a little bit of the regulatory context currently, the Culver City Municipal Code permits a variety of vehicle-oriented uses, including vehicle sales, rentals, car washes, fueling and charging stations, and vehicle storage. However, it does not address AV fleet service uses. Unlike conventional vehicle-related uses that depend on drivers and generally operate during daytime or business hours, AVs are driverless, and their vehicle networks can dispatch and continuously operate 24 hours a day, generating higher vehicle circulation and ingress and egress activities. There are some community and neighborhood concerns, which I'll go over. AV fleet services offer potential benefits, including improved traffic safety by removing human error. They expand on mobility and accessibility options. They reduce parking demand, and they provide economic development opportunities. With proper regulations, we believe that many of these concerns can be mitigated, and that AV fleet services could be used to be compatible or even coexist with the same sites as other uses. Some of the operational patterns and technological potential of AV fleets present certain concerns and challenges with safety and land use compatibility. These include excessive queuing and stacking in public rights-of-way, loading areas, or emergency access routes, potential for continuous 24-hour facilities with staging, dispatching, and associated activities, noise, lighting, and operational impacts during both the daytime and nighttime hours, and limited on-site staffing or direct operational oversight at fleet staging or dispatch facilities. The proximity of AV fleet services uses to sensitive receptors and the existing residential neighborhoods are also concerns. These concerns were recently highlighted in Santa Monica, where an LA County Superior Court judge ordered Waymo to suspend overnight operations at 2 AV fleet facilities following resident complaints regarding nighttime noise, headlights, increased vehicle activity, and sleep disturbances. That case is currently ongoing. I'd like to clarify what the city is not doing and what we're not proposing. The city is not banning autonomous vehicles from operating on Culver City streets or the ability to charge EVs or electric vehicles. AVs are regulated at the state level by the California Public Utilities Commission, and Culver City recognizes the opportunity to incorporate AV fleet service uses and driverless technology as an emerging use and an amenity for our city's transportation-related land uses. The city is not opposing innovation. The General Plan 2045 explicitly encourages leveraging emerging mobility technologies, and this effort is to ensure that AV fleet service operations are properly located and regulated in the city, just as the city regulates other vehicle-oriented uses. We are welcoming the AV industry to work with us to develop these regulations. In conclusion, the Culver City zoning code was updated before the AV fleet operations arrived in Southern California. A temporary moratorium gives Culver City staff the time to develop clear, fair rules so that when EV fleet services and uses come to Culver City, they are located and operated in ways that protect our neighborhoods, support our general plan vision, and maintain the quality of life our residents expect. If directed by council, planning staff can return with a draft ordinance for consideration at the September 14th City Council public hearing. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Our city attorney's office is also here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the report. Let's go to public comment and 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Looks like we have 4 speakers signed up. Charlie Jardine, Adam Lane, Damian Kevitt, and Kevin Leckoff. Our first speaker is Charlie Jardine, who I am not seeing online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Adam Lane, followed by Damian Kevitt.
My name is Adam Lane. I'm on the state and local policy team at Waymo. I'm here tonight to express our opposition to Council File 27187. Fleet charging depots are the operational backbone of our service, and halting charging infrastructure development creates an immediate direct bottleneck for our ability to maintain adequate vehicle availability and service reliability for Culver City riders. Our fully electric fleet aligns with the city's established leadership in active transportation and multimodal mobility by providing a safe, zero-emission transit option that complements walking, cycling, and public transit networks. Across more than 220 million fully driverless miles, we've shown a 94% reduction in serious injury-causing crashes and a 93% reduction in pedestrian injury-causing crashes when compared to human-driven vehicles. Freezing charging site approvals directly restricts our local fleet capacity. It increases wait times, and it disrupts service for residents who need it most, particularly those who have disabilities, who are seniors, and who are non-drivers who face persistent barriers in traditional transportation systems. While presented as a temporary pause, an urgency moratorium that can be extended up to 2 years creates regulatory uncertainty that halts multi-million-dollar investments from industry in clean energy and green job creation in Culver City. We respectfully ask that you reject a moratorium and instead convene a stakeholder working group of EV charging companies, AV charging companies, and city and public stakeholders to craft clear, objective land use standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Damian Kevitt, followed by Kevin Leckoff.
Hello, Mayor again, Vice Mayor, council members. Again, my name is Damian Kevitt, Executive Director of Streets Are For Everyone. Again, for transparency purposes, I do want to say that Waymo is one of our sponsors. That said, Waymo does not know what I'm about to say, and I've not coordinated with them as to what I'm saying. SAFE is opposed to item A5 unless amended. SAFE supports AVs as part of the broader efforts to make roads safer. They don't speed, they don't drive distracted, they don't drive drunk, and they don't have road rage. A few vehicles driving at safe speeds on a single road can make a huge difference in the speed of all vehicles on that road. I love the fact that the purpose of this item is to take a thoughtful look at how to zone and incorporate charging stations in Culver City. This should take lessons learned from other cities, physical and traffic requirements, and look at how best to do this. My request for amendment is not to declare a formal moratorium of 45 days, but to instead convey a working group or similar type body. My understanding is that Waymo is more than willing to be thoughtful partners, listening and giving information in this effort. Why? Because Culver City gets national attention, and media doesn't always report accurately on what this council is doing. The actions that this council does today, if not done correctly, could negatively impact the use of AVs in other cities across the U.S. or even other countries, and that could inadvertently result in more people being seriously injured or killed. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Kevin Leckoff.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and members of the council. My name is Kevin Lockoff, again speaking on behalf of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber agrees that the city needs to set standards here. The zoning code predates the CPUC's authorization of these services in Southern California, and Santa Monica's recent experience is a legitimate signal. We are not asking you to ignore it. Our concern is the instrument. Staff has given you 3 pathways, and 2 of them get you to the same standards with industry outreach without closing the door in the meantime. This ordinance doesn't simply pause approvals. It bars the city from accepting or even processing an application, including appeals. And 45 days is the floor, not the ceiling. The moratorium can ultimately be extended for as long as 2 years. We'd ask that you consider the signal that this sends. This will be the second moratorium in as many months. The message to the business and development community is that when an unexpected application comes in, the city's response is to freeze the process rather than have a conversation about how it can work. This is not the message Culver City should be sending to businesses looking to invest here. We appreciate that the charging-only facilities are carved out, and we ask that the carve-out remain. We support EV and AV charging instruments in the city. Our preference is that you direct staff to prepare a regular ordinance on a defined timeline with the industry outreach staff already contemplates. If you were to adopt an urgency ordinance, we would certainly hope that the 45 days would be the only time you would have to direct the city staff rather than allowing a temporary moratorium to become a long-term one. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions from colleagues? All right, Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for preparing this, Gabe and Pierre and Emily, Director Stadnicki. I just wanted to ask some quick timeline questions. So if we were to proceed with a ordinance, what would be the earliest that we could get an ordinance back? What would we be targeting?
So we would be targeting coming back September 14th, so approximately 35 days from now. So we could have a regular ordinance prepared and ready. We are ready to do outreach and engagement with the AV community, and inform that ordinance that way.
Great, thank you. So we would be targeting that first meeting in September, 35 days from now. And then if we were to not pass a moratorium, I guess, tonight, how long does it take if a facility, pulled permits? How long would it take for those applications to be approved and at a minimum, I guess? What's the fastest that they could be approved?
Today, without a moratorium, we currently process EV charging facilities, and those are mandated by state to follow a certain timeline for approval. And depending on the size of the facility, it could be either 20 days or 40 days. since we don't currently define AV facilities, it sort of depends on the nature of the application. But if the facility does contain a charging component, we would need to follow the same timeline for that application.
Thank you. So it sounds like the issue here is that a facility could apply or pull a permit and 20 days later potentially be approved, and we wouldn't have our ordinance ready until 35 days from now. And what leverage does the city have to try to design these facilities in any way with public input to ensure that what happened in Santa Monica doesn't happen here with the lights, the sounds? I read the articles about Santa Monica, and there's a lot of neighbors complaining about the lights and specifically the sounds of vehicles backing up. So would this body have any leverage in those 20 days to try to design those facilities in a way that it would not become a nuisance potentially to those residents who live close by?
Possibly. We do have standing zoning code regulations for parking facilities and parking lots, including layouts and striping and how big spaces have to be. We have guidance from the state on EV charging lots. And part of that legal notice from the state is we can imply conditions on EV charging if it explicitly has a health and safety risk. So in Santa Monica, for example, the light pollution, the noise pollution, those are deemed health and safety risks in that community, and we would have to have a pretty clear record to establish that as a condition for a future lot that we could say there's a health and safety risk here. Therefore, we need to mitigate an AV charging lot or an EV charging lot on those grounds.
And how does the ordinance allow us to better tailor or have more controls over these facilities based on what happened in Santa Monica?
Sure. So in reviewing the Santa Monica ordinance, and I do want to point out Santa Monica is the first city to really face this in our state. And so they've really been, kind of creating a playbook that a lot of cities, as we've talked about from, West Hollywood to Santa Monica, we look to a lot of other cities to see how they do it. But some of the things that the Santa Monica ordinance regulates, for example, is they have a strong definition of what an AV fleet service is and how many vehicles it takes to call it a fleet, for example. They talk about requiring dispatch organization plans. They talk about requiring lighting controls. They talk about noise monitoring and having folks available on site, having contact numbers on site. So there are mitigations that we would coordinate with the AV industry to make sure it's pragmatic and reasonable. We are not in the business of wanting to limit emerging technologies. Actually, our general plan calls for us to work to leverage emerging technologies in our city. And so we want to do it the right way, and staff is recommending that you consider the moratorium to give us that time to make sure our standards are in a good shape and that it's a fair playing field between all these AV operators.
Thank you. And you mentioned reaching out to those operators. So in those 35 days, I mean, that's a tight turnaround. So it sounds like are you going to be putting other things to the side in order to meet that, 35-day timeline?
Yes, I mean, we do have to juggle our priorities in order to meet this. I think just briefly with regard to your earlier question about meeting the 45-day moratorium timeline and try to get something to council on September 14th. One of the criteria there would have to be coming directly back to the council rather than going first to the plan commission, for example.
Thank you for that. Well, given that I'm a proponent and a user of Waymo and automated vehicles, I agree with the representative that they are by and large safer. The stats speak for themselves than human drivers. They're more efficient from a use, from how they are used. They're constantly in motion as opposed to parked 90% of the time. So from an urban planning and traffic perspective, I'm all for them, and I think they, in some ways, are the future of cars, at least, and that type of mobility. So I want to see us embrace that. Considering that this 45-day moratorium, we're really hoping it's a 35-day moratorium, is what I'm hearing, and this is going to give us the time to actually help shape and allow our residents and our community to have some input, right, into how these projects fit into the fabric of our community, and also give these operators like Waymo the opportunity to craft it and have a seat at the table and actually tell us what is realistic, what affects their business. So with the caveat of, if we can keep it to that 35-day timeline, understanding that we're asking you to to shift goals and kind of move heaven and earth to do that, but understanding that it affects obviously this technology that we want to support. I would be in support of the moratorium given the 35-day window. It's a short amount of time to make sure that we're intentional about these facilities. And I know from speaking with our friends at Waymo that the Santa Monica ordinance was not ideal for them, that there's serious concerns in the industry about how that ordinance might actually make it very difficult to operate. So if we could continue to work hand in glove with them to come up with an ordinance that is reasonable, I think we can hopefully have a win-win here, where we engage the folks, our business community, and the automated vehicle industry on something realistic, but also respect the fact that we have to protect our residents. To have no ordinance, to have no say in what these facilities look and feel like, the noises, all of that, the lights, to just have absolutely no say basically in what can be there, I think would be a mistake. So to me, it feels like an opportunity to do this together with Waymo as a partner, and to come up with something that makes sense. And so I'll cede my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the staff report and all the speakers who came out and spoke. I agree. I think, the path moving forward is about really outreach, about bringing all the stakeholders to the table and crafting an ordinance that works both for the city as well as for these various companies. Having the stakeholders, the state, the city, all at the table, I think is the only way really true meaningful ordinances can be crafted. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the moratorium, but Mayor, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and for all of folks who came out to give their comments. I am curious, just for the public, and if we were working on a moratorium, would that prevent staff from having conversations with the public or stakeholders at any time?
It would not,
Okay.
Councilmember.
And so right now, given we're talking about newer technologies, the city of Culver City does not have a functioning definition that a neighbor or resident could look up as to what AV fleet means in Culver City. Like if someone was curious as to what our position is on that, if it's permissible or anything, if they were just curious as to if it was allowed, where could they go to find that?
Currently, the use, as we've attempted to define it in the ordinance that accompanies this item.
But if it doesn't, if we don't, then does it
absent
exist?
any further action, there is no allowed use by that definition. And so implicitly, that would mean it's not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
However, we do have some gray area with electric vehicle charging. So,
Gotcha. I appreciate that.
If I may,
Yes.
just to clarify one thing. So California State Code, it does provide basic definitions for what autonomous technology is, autonomous vehicle, and then manufacturer and operator in regards to those. But there is not a definition for AV fleet services at the state level currently. So
Oh, wow.
there's always the chance that the state, could preempt cities and define it. But right now, Santa Monica, again, as an example, they've had to create their own definition, and we would have to do so here as well.
Gotcha. Thank you all for answering those questions. And we're living in truly exciting times for a number of reasons. But I really appreciate staff for what I think is a really reasonable timeline based on, I know we don't have a set framework, but there was a general 20 to 40 day timeline. I know that doesn't apply to AV fleet, but I just wanted to lift that up just as a timeline that exists somewhere not rooted in this conversation. But I appreciate that staff is willing to act quickly given just concerns from the public around, we just had a huge public and neighbor concern around idling for drive-throughs. You never know what, we always have a lot of energy around the pizza truck folks, and shout out to them, but you never know what's going to be the thing that brings our neighbors out. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be able to be responsive, be nimble in ways that we can be. And I know, again, this area is evolving, and we want to make sure that we are creating an environment that we're speaking with all of our stakeholders, which I'm grateful that if we were to move forward, that doesn't prohibit conversations, and it seems like staff is willing to continue to have conversations during this period in between this only council meeting in August, and hopefully people are taking a little bit of time off, because I know we have been asking so much of you all. Thank you. In our next meeting in September. But I'm hopeful that we can move forward in this with this approach, allowing for staff to have these really important conversations so that we can answer these questions from our community around concerns around noise, concerns around lights. I know that we've all seen those news articles about what's happening with our neighboring West Side community. So I definitely am curious about how we move forward, but I do just in general want us to be able to answer questions around how we are functioning in Culver City, particularly for our residents that really want to have that information about how we're supporting them and how we're keeping their community safe and to the level that they want it to be. Even when we had the conversation about food trucks, it was, we don't want the food trucks in front of the same house, So down to where they're at, our neighbors wanted to have that information. So I'm curious to what colleagues have to say. I'm open to the moratorium with the understanding that will not stop conversations, that we heard from staff that they are going to continue these conversations, and really with the understanding that our neighbors know how to define what we're talking about. What does AV fleet mean? What parameters might we have? And hopefully this, because like with many other things that we adopt here, that this can continue to be a conversation with our stakeholders, that as time goes on, maybe in a year, 2 years, we come back based on whatever, however we're tracking, how things are going, we can make amendments, nothing is ever set in stone for the most part. So want to make sure that we continue to have the dialogue on how things are going and look forward to hopefully a robust conversation with all of our stakeholders in the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so you support the 35-day maximum? Okay. And Councilmember Rivera, do you support the 35-day moratorium? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, may I just respond quickly? I just want to ask Councilmember, when there's an application that comes in, 100 feet from homes, and the city doesn't have an ability to respond to it besides yes, do you see an issue with that, and do you see the moratorium could help address that, or what are your issues, I guess, with that approach?
Well, first, it's a 20-day or a 40-day. My understanding is from when the application is turned in to not. So the ordinance should be brought back to us within how many days? 35 days? So I highly doubt. I mean, we can play what ifs all the time. I don't support it, and that's just it.
And is there any regulation around, if there's no moratorium, like around residents, is there any buffer?
Not currently, no. Our Culver City zoning code allows parking facilities in many, many zones, including zones that are next to residential. And we do have parking lot layout regulations, and we have general regulations on lighting and things like that, but nothing specific to AV fleet service uses, since it's undefined.
And I just want, sorry, Mayor, just to be clear, I just want to make, Councilmember Rivera said the 20 to 40 days, and I apologize because I brought that in the room, but that was specifically for EV timelines from the city.
Correct.
We do not have, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to make sure that the record is correct, that we do not have current timelines or anything for AV fleet regulation other than state law that, or, there's general state, but the city of Culver City does not have anything that is speaking directly to it other than what we're discussing right now.
Well, if I might clarify though, if a facility, an AV facility comes in with a charging component, we would need to process it based on the EV charging timelines. At least that portion of it that's shown on the plan. So in that sense, based on our current code, we are somewhat limited in our timelines for review. And just to add to what my colleague Gabriel said regarding our ability to address situations that have, say, residential adjacency, we are limited by what the state allows us to do, which is tied to a pretty high bar related to direct health and safety impacts. And so while we can attempt to do something, it is somewhat limited.
Okay, there's consensus around bringing all the stakeholders, EV, AV, community and neighbor stakeholders for the process. There's not consensus because we need a 4/5 vote. So the alternative would be to bring everyone together and develop a policy without the moratorium.
Yes, that's correct.
And colleagues, I just want to share that we have made it very clear that regulations are pending. So if it's very clear that there are regulations on the horizon. So, without a moratorium, you're inviting permits to get submitted as soon as possible before those regulations are implemented. So, Councilmember, I just would invite you to maybe reconsider this, because if a facility is built and permits are pulled, there's no going back. And then residents are going to have to bear the brunt of that. So I would just ask that we all think about that. If we don't go down this road, there could very well be a project that has no input from this council, from this community, from the city, that is built with zero consideration of that. And the residents are going to be the ones that have to
Mayor, quick question for you. Are you in favor of a moratorium on this or no?
If it was a short-term, 35 days max.
I got a question for staff. Some of the speakers, as well as some of the comments, some emails, talking about moratoriums can go up until, one said 10 months, one said 2 years. Is there any validity in that, or is that just?
Yes, the state law actually does provide for a 45-day moratorium to be extended to first by, I believe it is 10 months and 15 days, and then subsequently by an additional 1 year, up to a maximum of 2 years. So the state does give cities the authority to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
If I might briefly add to that, each of those extensions would come back to the city council in the same manner as we're doing today. That would require a 4/5 vote.
And we can make this moratorium contingent on it coming before us on that first meeting in September. The ordinance, sorry. We can ask in this meeting and say, we're only in favor of the moratorium if the ordinance can be finished and presented to us by, what was it, the 13th? Sorry.
September 14th?
Sorry, the 14th.
Yeah.
If adopted tonight, a moratorium would expire in 45 days unless it's extended.
So I'm happy to make the commitment to you, council member, and to our friends at Waymo that I have no interest in extending that moratorium. And I would hope that we could just be presented with the ordinance, of course, with working hand in glove with our AV partners, and not extend it beyond that 35 days.
35 days. I heard someone say 45.
City attorney said 45.
It automatically expires in 45,
Yeah.
but we wouldn't let that happen because the ordinance would come to us, right?
So one option could be on September 14th as part of the package that staff brings forward. Could be an option to repeal the ordinance effective that night, which would be a 34 days from today.
34 days. Okay. We
Th-
got it.
35 days. 35 days
Oh,
from today. Sorry.
Okay, colleagues, well, I'm happy to put forth a motion to do just that, contingent on the 35-day piece, with the hope that we can give our residents a voice in the types of facilities that are going to be in their backyard. And we avoid a situation like in Santa Monica where residents were infuriated when they woke up to lights and sounds in the middle of the night from those vehicles. Councilmember, it sounds like you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what's on the table. We're considering I guess it's automatic 45, but it would be contingent. I guess staff could prepare a repeal ordinance for the next September meeting. That's on the 14th. That would make it retroactively 35 days, or we have no regulations that extends forever, or at least until we have them. So if someone were to file between now and the meeting, and we don't have any regulations or any moratorium, then which as the vice mayor lifted up, there's a huge incentive for that as we're discussing it in a public forum. So there's that. So there would be 35 days for us to engage stakeholders that seem to be willing to engage, inform our residents so residents can understand what might be coming or what will be coming, and have a say into that process or not. Okay, well, I'm going to be supporting the option that allows for residents and stakeholders to have a say for 35 days. I know folks are still coming back or getting ready for school time. Folks are coming off vacation if they had the opportunity to take that with their families. But really would hope that if the council if we have the votes this evening, that there is robust push for community engagement on this issue, since the ramifications would be pretty large, as we see in just another neighboring West Side city. So I would love if we could do a Gov delivery, social media pushes. Of course, we would, or I would, push this out, because this is a huge regulatory opportunity for us to ensure that our community members can enjoy peace and quiet and safety in their homes. So yeah, I would be in support of that 35-day conversation period, so that we can have some regulations and support for our residents and stakeholders in Culver City. Thanks.
What assurances do we have that it will be completed by that time? Because we don't want to lose the investment from these AV companies, and we don't want to lose services. Or service time and all that. So what assurances do we have that that's going to happen, and that there's not going to be a request for an extension? And
Staff will commit to working towards bringing to council an ordinance based on interaction with the industry, as well as looking at best practices by September 14th. And that would then give the city council an opportunity to consider it, take action on it, and limit the moratorium, or in other words, have the moratorium expire prematurely to the 45 days at that time.
because I do understand the public comments and the concerns that they have that this is sending a particular signal, and I'm also concerned about our neighbors' safety, and that is the number one priority that I have as a council member. What's the worst case scenario if we don't do the moratorium?
I suppose the worst case scenario is, I guess, as Vice Mayor Fish indicated, it is possible, since we have indicated our intent to pursue an ordinance, that this intervening period between now and when we bring an ordinance forward could invite a significant number of applications that we would have to process in our current situation, where we don't have a defined use and limited ability to regulate it.
And Mayor, last question. With the Santa Monica ordinance, you're, Mr. Chaco, you're okay going through whatever whatever draft you have with Waymo at the table and looking at every single thing and getting their input on it, so that we can draft something that hopefully the industry feels more confident in than what was drafted there.
Yes, we can make that commitment.
Great, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'm happy to submit the motion and to ensure that, we have time to come up with an ordinance that centers the residents, and that we make sure that these facilities are crafted in a way that is respectful of our residents.
Okay, and there's a second.
For clarity, are we asking for number 3 to direct staff to prepare a regular ordinance for consideration by City Council at the 9/14 meeting, and to direct staff to bring stakeholders together during the 35 days before that meeting to make sure there's enough outreach and input? Is that right?
Yeah, yes.
And if I might add, we do also need council direction in that instance to bring the ordinance directly back to council without going to planning commission first.
That's part of number 3?
There's a further clarification based on the conversation tonight. So a regular ordinance requires 2 readings, requires a majority vote, 3/5 vote, and it takes effect 30 days after the second reading. There's another option to bring back an urgency ordinance. It requires a 4/5 vote, but it takes effect immediately on the night that it is adopted. So staff would seek direction about whether the ordinance staff brings back on September 14th should come back as a regular ordinance, urgency ordinance, or, options for either one.
I guess it should probably come back as an urgency ordinance if we're hoping to, as a part of this, trying to respect the industry, trying to make sure that this is short-lived. If we want to lift the moratorium on that evening, then my understanding is we probably want to be able to pass the ordinance on the same evening, right? If that's the case, it would need to be an urgency ordinance?
Yeah, I think if what I'm hearing is correct, the goal is to support the health and safety of our neighbors, and we don't want to stall progress in this new technology. We want to be good partners as a city. So given what our assistant city manager shared around the 30 days it would take, if it was a regular ordinance, I think it would be best for it to be an urgency ordinance. So it would take place the same September 14th night with the, I don't know if that would automatically repeal the moratorium if it took place that evening, so probably we wouldn't need anything
Based on
additionally.
the direction from council tonight, we would bring back an ordinance that repeals the moratorium and enacts regulations.
Okay. So we got a commitment from staff for 35 days. It would be an urgency ordinance that would take place on September 14th. We have a commitment for stakeholder engagement from staff, and we're also going to do outreach to residents for a really consequential regulatory decision for our community. Am I understanding those steps correctly from staff? Okay, go ahead, nods. Okay, great, just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Thank you, sorry. Last question, if there's not enough time to do outreach and you can't come back, staff can't come back on September 14th with an ordinance, what happens then?
The council could choose to either extend the moratorium or to take action when the ordinance is ready and have a period of time when there is, when we are in the same situation we are today, where we would have to process applications that come in.
And does it make it more, can we also commit that that will be the case? Put that into motion that regardless of whether it's back by then, it will expire regardless.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's coming back
right.
on the 14th.
Yeah, there will be an item on September 14th. Whether council feels that it is complete and ready to adopt as the final regulations will be up to council at that point, but staff can commit to bringing back an ordinance repealing the moratorium effective that night, providing an update on outreach efforts and proposed regulations.
Thank you, City Attorney. I just want to check in with my colleague. Given the commitment from staff to come back on the very next meeting, and given just wanting to ensure that the residents have some, that we as a community have some leverage with these projects, do you feel more comfortable now, given those commitments and the commitment from staff to work in tandem with those companies? Do you feel any more comfortable now with this plan so that we can ensure folks don't end up with a facility right outside their house honking and beeping and yelling and blasting noises?
No. The probability of a facility coming up in somebody's backyard, how many applications have been brought in? I think what it does is it puts out as a business community, it puts out the wrong message. And, this council is great, and I supported the moratorium with the drive-through, but we can't continually come up with moratoriums on something that we don't necessarily agree with. I think the propensity, the probability of something coming between now and then are likely not that likely. And as one of my council members said recently, or not recently, about the money for Jubila, I'm willing to take those chances, and I with the money, and I'm not, and so I'm willing to take my chance with this. I think from a business perspective, it puts out the wrong message, both locally and to the state, that we're not supporting something. And I think, we can still have the meaningful engagement. We can still have the dialogue. It is hard. It's tough for me, and I'm torn in the middle. I definitely want the outreach. I definitely want the dialogue. I want to bring all stakeholders to the table and make sure this is done right. But putting a moratorium on something with the probability of something really coming forward, I don't think is right. So I guess short answer, no. If there's a motion and a second on the table, then let's go for it.
Okay, let's call the question. Let's vote.
Really quick, though, I'm sorry, Mayor. It's so harmful to lift up affordable housing in a conversation about something that the probability is high that we will get applications in, because right now there are no rules. Residents have had no say. And I know from conversations just this year that you care very deeply as to what residents have to say about mobility, for example. So giving residents the opportunity to have a say proactively for a 35-day period is a cost too high because of the perception of that. So we're landing this decision that not even 45 days, a 35-day moratorium would mean that this council is against business, because we want to ensure that all of our stakeholders have an opportunity to be at the table. Because it is very likely that applications will come in when we have no regulations. So there is nothing that we as a city have to protect the health and safety of neighbors who might hear lights, who might hear noises. And how do we know this? Because a neighboring West Side city has experienced the exact thing. Not a New York City, not an Atlanta city, but a city that we're in the West Side Council of Governments with. So it's not out of the blue that we might want to protect our neighbors and simultaneously want to be a good partner for an emerging technology. But it's my understanding that because it is 35 days of outreach, that cost is too high. And if we were to do that, we would not support business. That's what we're saying tonight. I just want to make sure that that is clear, that that is the decision tonight, that 35 days on this 8-5 decision is too high to have conversations with residents so we can ensure that everyone is at the table, which is typically an area of consensus for this council for all of the ways that we see things differently.
Council members, if I may, so our staff would like you to know, for full transparency, we have received a number of inquiries on sites throughout the city about the possibility of AV fleet services. I won't go into any details, but there are inquiries on multiple sites. We have one application in building safety plan check that we're also plan checking right now for an EV charging lot, which we are reviewing according to state code, which is what we're obligated to do. We do not know if there are intentions to convert that to an AV lot. It doesn't matter at this point. But without an ordinance, without regulations in place, we don't have the ability to offer that current EV charging lot that's in plan check the ability to convert to an AV lot one day and to have regulations for that as well. So we just want to point those things out that we're weighing as staff as well. And we appreciate your time and consideration of all these, but we just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
You know what, really, I appreciate you lifting that up. Since we do have Waymo in the room or other places, are y'all able to speak to directly if 35 days, given the commitment of staff that we've heard, or any of the discussions might compel you to be open to this time-limited exploratory period of engagement that would allow for us to all have some understanding about how we move forward as a city? Because it is, I'm just curious if there's any thoughts on that, because we've been talking for quite some time.
I will say that in the public record, there's quite a bit of correspondence from the AV community, which is wonderful. And I personally am looking forward to engaging with Waymo and other counterparts. So we have contacts through the public engagement process that we can reach out to already.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Our concern is with the approach of a moratorium. We have said we are in favor of the city developing a land use classification. We're happy to come to the table the moment the city reaches out to us, but we have had no outreach prior to this moratorium being presented in an urgent manner. We had no outreach when it came to Santa Monica's development of their ordinance, and I can tell you industry is not investing in Santa Monica and not developing charging sites in Santa Monica. And you highlight that as one example, but we have multiple other sites across the region, in the city of LA and the city of Inglewood, all of which you do not hear anything about because there is no problems. But this one boogeyman of a site, it has what led to this ordinance being introduced. So our problem is more of the message this sends to industry. We've heard it could come back in 35 days in some version, but it could be a version that industry hates, it could be a version that you all don't like, and it could be extended again and again and again. So there's no certainty for industry here, but essentially there's certainty for blocking projects off, and we are not in favor generally of an approach of a moratorium.
I know generally, but we're speaking very specifically about the 35 days with the commitment that there will be an item. So we're talking about the next meeting.
Yeah, Council, generally we do not agree with the approach of a moratorium, even if it's 35 days.
Okay. And that makes sense because you're representing a company that wants to do business, but we're thinking about all of our stakeholders. So I do appreciate you lifting that
and
up.
I can tell you, Waymo is looking into sites in Culver City, none of which are within 100 feet of a residential property. We can't speak for other AV companies or other EV charging developers, but that is our current position. Nothing has been submitted to the city on behalf of Waymo.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And just to double back to staff, didn't you say that there was an inquiry near a residential area, or did I get that wrong?
Yes, we have had, so it may not be Waymo.
Oh, yeah,
It's
not asserting that.
Yeah, it's likely another firm. But it is next to residential, some of the inquiries that we've received.
Okay. So I appreciate the gentleman coming up and expressing the positionality that is not, or not the inquiry that the city received. But I do think it's important for the record that we have received inquiries, at least that we know that one is near a residential site. And with this conversation and some of the representatives speaking towards the messaging to industry, again, there will be an impetus to act. So I really implore us to think about the residents. So funny. I implore us to think about the residents and their quality of life. The lights and sounds that we know at least have been an issue in the past, and the time-limited period. If, again, we can't get consensus, that is okay, because sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. It would be unfortunate. I'd be disappointed, but I've been disappointed up here before. But I do think it's important for the record that we know the time and what is at stake. And so I appreciate staff lifting up the inquiry nearby a residential site that we know of. Thank you.
Mayor, very quickly, I just also want to reemphasize, this did not come from a committee. This did not come from Councilmember McMorrin. This did not come from Vice Mayor Fish or Mayor Puza or anyone on council. This came directly from staff straight to the council because they saw a potential issue with these sites and potential conflicts with the residents. And we've seen it as Councilmember McMorrin just pointed out with a neighboring city turn into a lawsuit that dragged on because neighbors were so furious about what landed in their backyard. So I really hope, as my colleague mentioned, that we can put politics aside on this one and work together to do what's best in the interest of our community. Thanks, that's all I wanted to share.
Mayor, just a question for staff.
Yep.
Just a question, you're talking about the inquiry in terms of the EV station. Is that the one on Overland? Is that what you're referring to, or can you say where that? No, you cannot.
We won't go into detail. We have not received an inquiry about Overland, though.
So inquiry is not somebody submitting an actual application, correct?
Correct. The inquiries are, is this a possible use for this site?
Okay. And within the last year, how many applications have been submitted for EVs?
We have had 2 that are currently going through plan check, and then we have a new one that just came to us through plan check, so 3 total in the last year.
For EVs, correct?
For dedicated EV use, yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I think, yeah, I still stand where I stand. I understand we can still have the meaningful dialogue and the conversation. If no applications have been submitted, we still have 20 to 40 days, depending on the size. And by staff's account, that should be back to council with an ordinance within that time frame. So we should be covered either way. I think as a business sort of minded individual, we're sending out the wrong message. So that's where I land on it. So I think we're still covered, where in terms of having meaningful dialogue, bringing all stakeholders to the table, as well as not really pushing through any applications. I mean, I don't know that yesterday was not an emergency, today is an emergency. I don't know that we're going to get a flood, since we had an ordinance on the tables in the first place last week, last month. So whether we're having this conversation now or not, I don't know that it rises to the level of an emergency. Those are my comments. So if there's a motion, we can go ahead and vote on it, because we're going to
Let's call the
belabor this all
vote.
night.
I think we've.
I certainly hope you are right.
Excuse me?
Councilmember, I hope you are right.
Yeah, I wasn't being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic either.
No. But look, I just didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. My comment is, I hope you are correct that no applications and no permits are pulled between now and when the ordinance can take place.
I appreciate that, Vice
If
Mayor.
that does
Thank you.
happen, then this vote is why that was able to take place.
Okay.
But I hope you are correct.
Okay.
Once again, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin, and this would be an urgency ordinance to establish a 45-day moratorium on issuance of building permits or entitlements, to provide city staff the opportunity to research and present potential regulations, and then to prepare an urgency ordinance for direct consideration by the City Council on September 14th, and repeal that moratorium, and to direct staff to provide stakeholder engagement and outreach for regulatory decisions. Please vote. Well, that didn't pass.
And I just want to share with the community, if, as a result of this vote, an AV facility ends up in your backyard, I'm very sorry that we were not able to stop that from happening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, so I just want to read the votes, which is yes from Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin, no from Councilmember Vera, abstain from Mayor Puza, and Councilmember O'Brien recused. And it would be great if we could do another motion to move forward with directing staff to do the outreach as recommended. And
Let's make sure to, I think it's important to have it on the record. And I want to make sure also, if possible, if and when applications come in, that we're able to share that tally with the public as well. Thank you. I'm going to make that motion.
what's the motion?
That we have outreach to all of our stakeholders, including residents, of course, and our businesses, as well as just making sure that there's transparency with the public if between now and September 14th, any applications for either EV or AV fleet comes in, because I think that's important. Thank you.
And to clarify, will we be moving forward with the urgency ordinance on the 14th?
I don't think we have consensus for that. I
Okay.
mean, we can try. I wouldn't want to put you guys out because if you're doing extra work, but if we don't have the votes, then I don't think y'all should stress.
I think what the staff could do, if the council wants to consider regulations, is to bring forward and both an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance. If there's not votes for the urgency ordinance, then the council could adopt, if it so chose, a regular ordinance that would then come back 2 weeks after for the adoption, and then it would take effect 30 days later, if that's the direction of the council.
We can try it. I don't know where we are. But again, as much transparency as possible on the number of applications, I think is key. Thanks.
And that would be an ordinance to provide the regulations, either urgent or regular,
I think
on
it's just
September 14th.
Okay.
And can that all be the same motion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
City Clerk, I'm sorry, I couldn't,
Okay.
my thing's not
So
working.
the new motion is to provide outreach to all stakeholders and provide information on any information for applications, and then for staff to bring back an urgency and/or regular, maybe both, regular ordinance to provide regulations at the September 14th meeting.
So they'll be bringing back both, not maybe or, but both an emergency and a regular ordinance in case?
To provide the city council with options.
Okay,
Right.
all right, thank you, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear.
Yeah. So I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, waiting for a second. Second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. Councilmember McMorrin, there you go. That motion passes. 4 ayes with Councilmember O'Brien recused.
Okay, we'll have that for you on 14th.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm
Thank you,
sorry,
everyone.
City Clerk, can you read out the votes on the previous one as well? I just didn't hear it.
Oh.
The previous motion.
Yes, the previous motion was yes from Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin, no from Councilmember Vera, abstain from Mayor Puza, and recused by O'Brien.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to A6, designation of the city's voting delegate and up to 2 alternate delegates for the 2026 League of California Cities Annual Conference, and if desired, provide guidance to the voting delegate regarding taking a position on a resolution to be considered at the conference's General Assembly. May I get a, or may we get a second first?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Shelley Wolfberg, Government and Legislative Affairs Coordinator. As you can see in the staff report, the City of Culver City is a member of the League of California Cities. There's an annual conference for the League of California Cities that's going to take place in Anaheim from September 23rd to September 25th. The League of California Cities has a deadline of September 1st for cities to submit the names of the voting member and alternate voting members, up to 2 alternates. At this time, and I can be corrected if needed, Mayor Puza and Councilmember Rivera have indicated that they're interested in attending this year's conference. As of the publishing of the agenda, the League of California Cities had not provided the resolution that's going to be considered, so I'm making a recommendation that the voting member review the league resolution when provided, and consider your position in accordance with the City Council's strategic plan and/or legislative and policy platform and/or work plan priorities. And I'm always available to answer questions from the City Council. Thank you.
Okay, looks like there's no public comment. Any questions or comments from colleagues?
Mayor, this conference I've never actually been able to attend, and I understand we haven't formalized like a mayor-vice mayor relationship for attending this conference, and I know my colleague Councilmember Rivera has attended, I believe in the past, or has been on this committee at least, and I appreciate his service to it. I would just like to throw my name in as someone who'd be interested in attending for Thursday night and Friday as an alternate.
Vice Mayor, if you want to take it, I'm fine relinquishing to you. You can go if you like.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and we'll happily vote on our behalf. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, let's see.
I'm sorry, who is going to be the delegate and who is going to be the alternate?
So Mayor Puzo would remain the delegate,
Okay.
and I would be the alternate.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember, again for.
Okay. All right, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members that voted, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Looks like there's no more public comment on items not on the agenda. Any items from members to request for agendizement?
I have just one, Mayor, and I see Mr. Menthe is in the audience. I think he knows which one I'm talking about. But we had the World Cup in downtown, the fabulous event there for the finals, and we had an issue where coming to the subcommittee, the Olympic and World Cup subcommittee, was a proposal to potentially close that main street to cars, and as I understand it, the costs were prohibitive to do that. And in talking with Mr. Menthe, he mentioned that that's a common issue. We spent a lot of money on the bollards, but we can't open that space for people to walk and enjoy the entertainment zone because it costs a lot more in security. So I just wanted to ask if we could agendize a conversation about security costs related to opening that space, because we spent, again, a lot of money on those very fancy, I think we got the fanciest bollards of all the options, and just want to make sure we can use those to activate our small businesses there on Main Street and make use of the entertainment zone. That'd be my request.
I'm seeing nodding heads from all council members.
Any other items from, okay. May I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Wait. Aha. Where is it? I cannot find it, so I'm going to ask if we can redo it. Let's see it. I am, but I don't see it. Here it is. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, a second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. The time is 11:35. Waiting for the mayor. We are adjourned. Oh, thank you, everyone. The August 24th meeting is canceled. As a reminder, we'll be sending out the cancellation notice shortly. We'll see you in September.
Another gift for you.
Wow.
Thank you.
You put it out there, 11:30.
What did I say?
I know.